Bob Taker is now following.
Okay, the music's probably a little loud. Give me 1 second. Let me make sure it's all good to go. I hope it didn't blow up your eardrums, but hi everyone. Welcome. Monitor and output. There we go. Okay. And then, let me do that. And then let me do about there. My mic is working, it's just a little echoey still. And more things are coming so it can fill out. But welcome. And hi Petey. Welcome Chuck and Rudy. And Logan and Rodrigo. Welcome to you all. I hope you're all doing well. And someone's early. This is my usual stream time. That's a little surprising, but I try. I need to pick out a Pixelart of the day, so that's what I'll try to do in this last 4 minutes. But overall, okay, I am all prepped and ready to go, and I hope you're all ready to go as well. How have you all been doing stuff and things? I did manage to get some new things up and running, so there's some emotes if you can find them, if you can pick them out. But oh yeah, Petey, because you suggested it yesterday, and because of how gracious your donations were, you should see a new Bobby emote just made specifically from your request. Let me see if I can drag this guy here. Yeah, okay. Let's see. I'm glad you like it. And I now have a little wave as well. And hi, Nero. Welcome to stream. Welcome. Colors. Right. Maybe a good pixel of the day that includes tons of colors to look at. And I like the wave. I feel like it's a little awkward, but you know what? It works for what it needs to work for. So I am a-okay with it. There we go. Thank you, Petey. Although I need to move this guy up here. I think, hold on. Okay, let me get my bearings. This guy, okay, yeah, we're all good to go. Oh boy, I tell you, every time I think I prepped everything, I then realize, no, never mind, I did not. How unfortunate. But we're all good to go. We have this, and then I just need to drag out this guy here, yup, and then zoom out just a smidge and take a screenshot, and then we should all be good to go. Let's see, I need to do snipping tool, that was the thing. And how much money do you have in your account? I have to check. And
Onzol is now following.
Hold on. It is Onzol? Onzol? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Oh boy, let's see. Move this up a little bit, and all of it. I assure you, I've not been smuggling any. Oh, am I lagging? Oh, I got worried for a second. I assure you, I have not been smuggling any funds, all right? Not one bit. Let me go ahead and make this guy just a bit bigger, and then move it here, and then do notes. Ew. Okay. I think we're all good to go. That should be there. That guy should work there, and then. Oh boy. And you said it well. It's like hook in Portuguese. I don't know any Portuguese, but I'm glad I got it. I got it close. Welcome to stream, and thank you again for the follow. I hope you like the little bit of ambiance here with the echo. But aside from that, welcome. So what is your hi Sam Skull? I almost didn't catch it, but welcome to stream as well. Welcome. I really need to fix the positioning of this guy here. I didn't get around to it, but things, as I always say, just work in progress. Things are working. As long as they're working, we're all good to go. I have YouTube chat doing its YouTube chat thingy, but it didn't do it. And hi oof. For some reason, it didn't show me YouTube chat was doing its thing. So let me recopy that link. But welcome to stream, and finally got you. I'm no Pokemon, but I'll take it anyway. Welcome. Let me go ahead and change the dock of YouTube. So hopefully it can reconnect, because right now it's giving out an error. Go ahead and do apply. YouTube, or are you gonna do the thing? Maybe I need to do this, and then, okay, now it's working. Lovely. Okay, good. YouTube, I can see it now. I can see YouTube and Twitch. Nothing's better than 2. By math calculations, of course. But let's see, it's about 1:09. We got like 20 seconds left, so why don't we go ahead and get into things? So I'm excited. Though, whether the stream will be able to, what I prepped, will last 4 hours, I'm not too sure yet. So we'll see how things go. But I hope you're all ready. Alrighty, let's get into planning then. Let's go into the screen here. Oh, hold on, that's spoilers. Oh boy, there we go. You saw nothing, all right? Close your eyes. Today, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a lot of experimentation. We'll see how things go, but I tried. We'll start off with the pixel of the day, talk about some resources that if you wanna get better or just learn from what I've linked and from today's stuff, that'll be there. We'll talk about color a little bit, just color theory, just a smidge. We'll take some notes for a bit here and there, and then we'll make a palette. I'm hoping we'll be able to make 3. I'm not sure how hard it's gonna be. So we'll see. It's always the thing of saying, but I'm hoping 3. And then we'll do a community review. So that's today. And again, as I say, I never know if it's too much or too little. I'm hoping that 3 will either be over or under, but maybe we can just do different ideas, see where it takes us. And the best joke in the plan card so far. I'm glad someone got it. Green is not the creative color. Alrighty, let us go over to, where are we at? Puref then. Oh, Puref, where'd you go, Puref? There you are. You should not be down there, you should be like there. We should be good to go. Alrighty. So let me move you here, and then I should be able to make this guy just a smidge bigger. There we are, lovely, okay. And then you all can go here. Okay, we're all good to go. So, pixel art of the day is a thing I like to do at the beginning of stream, where I take art I either find from Twitter, Pinterest, or Instagram, and we look at the pixel art and take it apart, parse it, find what we like about it, find what we dislike about it, and just try to see if we were from an artist perspective, or if you go into a museum and critiquing it, what do you notice? I think one way to get better, even if you don't have the time to make pixel art, is to look at a lot of pixel art, or do things in general. So if you want to make games, play a lot of games. If you want to make art, look at a lot of art. Observation is a very big skill I don't think a lot of people talk about. So this is our observation. We spend 5 minutes attempting to look at this and take it apart. This one is made by 4913. I believe that is Kai? I'm guessing that says Kai. I'm very rusty. I haven't touched Japanese in a second. But if I had to guess, I'm guessing that's Kai. Or K, maybe? Wasn't the I the E? So maybe Kie? Maybe. I'm sure I ballparked it. And those are some sentences that you can't read normally. You have to sing it. Exactly. There is no around working about this. And the last time I start, yeah. Now, I question you, Rodrigo. Why isn't art nice art? That's the questions. Because it's the thing of, I like this thing, but why do you like this thing? It's that question of trying to figure it out, because if you can answer that question, then you'll be able to answer your own question for your art. You don't know? That's A-okay. Let's see if we can figure it out. That timer should be 5 minutes. Good. Okay. So starting off, I usually like to, whenever I'm looking at art, I like to go by feels. So if I'm looking at this guy here, I'm getting quite a nice and cozy feel. The main colors I'm seeing are green, brown, and white. Maybe, yeah, green, brown, and white. That's the feelings I'm getting in. Hi, Zero. Welcome back to stream. Let's see, green, brown, white. And I say brown, but it could be brown, it could be red, depending on who you ask. You can see down here they have a color palette, so I'd say, yeah, brown. It's a lot of warm colors, right? It's a nice, cozy feel. So I'm gonna put that down here. And this is a little bit too big for my liking, so let me go ahead and make this about 8. Yeah, nope, 8's a little bit too small. Let's do 10. Let's see, cozy, warm colors. And the zigzag shape and the contrast with the calmness is super appealing. Ooh, that's a good point too, yeah. Just overall, what's the composition? The composition is left, then right, then left, then right. It really draws the eyes, and especially this area here, it's like, it looks like it's framing it. So we'll do, let's see, composition. Composition, zig-zag, framing. I do agree, A-M-I-N-G, A-M-I-N-G. Another thing I think to note is that here, down here, there's an outline of green, and up here is also an outline of green. So green's kind of used as a bit of an outline. You can see a bit of green here around the edges, a bit of green here around the edges. So I'll go ahead and put a little swell green around edges, E-D-G-E-S, to make it up. And let's see. Hi, Blitz. Welcome. And hello, Samu. Samu. Welcome back. Nope. Telling you, I'm still getting things set up. So if you hear some bumps and things of that nature, I'm trying to figure out a good spot for the microphone. And you lack the fancy words, you're gonna say it looks clean. That's a good word for you, can try. So let's see, looks clean, which is interesting. I'd say not quite clean, just because you can see, right? There's a little bit of detail here, a little bit of few pixels here to show off texture. But I can see maybe it's the white. It's that cream color that makes it look clean. Maybe it's lighting. So I'll say maybe lighting. Well, maybe lighting. Maybe lighting of the white. Maybe lighting white/cream. If I had to guess, I'd say maybe that's it. And the plant in the top left is probably a bush, but you like to imagine that it's a tree that grew into a brown void. There's a tree down here. It's not overly textured. Yeah, that's a good one. Not a lot of texture. There's very little texture, but then you look here. Look at the texture on the, what is it called? The tables and the seats. That has a lot of texture. The floors, not so much. So it's textures in some places and some texture in not other places. You can see here, a lot of detailing on the doors, but it doesn't pop out at you. It's that thing you have to squint. The neighborhood is dirty. It's like, it looks very clean. I guess that's the thing to note, right? Is that there's not a lot of trash, right? It looks organized, so I'll put that down there. O-R-G-A, organized and neat. There's no trash. We'll put that down. I think that's maybe what you're thinking. No trash. It feels like it blends well together, if I had to guess. You can see even the colors down here. Green, red, and white. So I was right about green, brown, if you squint. And let's see. Okay, overly textured. I can put that down there, yeah. Texture is sparse. How about that? S-P-A-R-C-E. Texture is sparse, not overly detailed. P-E-T-A-L-E-D-E. P-E-T-A-I-L-E-D. There we are. Texture is sparse, not overly detailed, and that is a period there. You go there. And I think that is something to note. You can see here, there's also some detailing in the towels and the top of lighting, but it's just enough that when you zoom out, it doesn't look like too much. I do think, yeah, not tons of texture. Let's see. Technique-wise, are there any techniques we can look at? I'd say, we have some outlining on the, on the leaves, on the building. Technique, yeah, I can see it being very clean. Around the edges, anything that has an edge, the outline is the same as that object. So you would say this is like a colored outline. Now is it a shaded outline? Kinda sorta, you can see two different outlines here. So I'll say colored/shaded outline. Sometimes it's a little hard to tell the two. So I'll go ahead and put on here colored/shaded outline. For the different objects, they're not all black. And you just love how the void beneath is you just love how the void blends in as a roof. A top of a window and some sort of, yeah, that's another thing, isn't it neat? It's like this here, right? You mean this part here, and let me scoot that over a little bit. But certain areas, it feels almost like this is there's 2 panes here, like it's a window. This almost feels like it's a window here, and then a window here, and then it pops out. The dimensions are really neat. I do like that. That's a good point to mention. I think that's also why I like it. I'll put them here. Background, B-A-C-K, background blends well. Background blends well. It's playing some funny tricks on you, which is really, really interesting. I'll say background blends well. Perspective, P-E-R-S-P-C-T-I. Perspective is really appealing because it blends well. I always try to think, why do I like this, and try to act, so I can always try to find an answer, and then depending on that, if I'm making art, then I can say, okay, I remember I like this thing from this artist, so let me give it a try myself. That's what I try to do with these, but that 5 minutes is up, so let's do a little bit of resources of looking at those. Let me go ahead and do this here. There's a lot of good notes though, thank you. I'm gonna add it to my list. Let me go ahead and make sure this guy's saved. Now, today's notes are a little bit different, but it's just about the same. We can go ahead and go over to this browser here. And what you can do is go to irisezra.com. So let me just, go ahead and click this here. Make it a little bit easier on you. But if you head over to irisezra.com, it's my website. I believe it's been up for a few months now. It's a place, if you want to get better at pixel art, I have a lot of links here, a lot of blogs and resources. So if that's something you're interested in, we've gone over different topics for streams, different things. So in this one specifically is color study. But you can also click up here for the color study. So you can type on here color, and it'll bring you to this blog post. So this is all the stuff I'm gonna talk about on stream, all the things I looked at. So this is all a one-stop shop in case you need it. I still think 5 minutes is not enough. Oh yeah, we might have to bump it up to like maybe 8 minutes next time. I think that would be a good idea. Not too much, but not too little as well. Let's see, we have the stream on here, we have the playlist, and since a lot of people learn different ways, I always try to provide a range of different mediums. So for example, here we have playlist, we have things to read, and also physical books. Let's go over those really quickly. On here for playlists, and let me also zoom in a little bit. I try to go on YouTube and find different playlists that relate to color or just pixel art in general. So these guys are here. I've looked at these guys, I've taken a little bit of notes on here. So that if you want just more information on colors, that's right there for you. I also have on here a playlist for light and shadow and value, as I also think it's important to note when it comes to color. So that's up there as also well as a resource. I've looked at both of these guys to see maybe that can help us. Let's see, I can go ahead and close this guy. Next up, we also have articles. And for 2 articles we have Pixel Joint, and this guy goes into creation of colors. It talks about different colors, different artists and their designs in terms of colors and color palettes. Since today we're trying to make a color palette, this guy here talks about how they do their color palette. So that's there. And we also have on here from Cylinder's Pixel blog, and they also do talk about colors. So this is just a blog if you want to read it. Now, for me, at the very least, whenever I read a book, it's fun. I like the physical copies of books. There are ways to get the books for free though, and that's what I have linked here. So for example, these are the 2 books I do own. I own this one physically and I own this one physically. I found them to be very helpful, specifically this one. So if you click this link here, you can see there's an online digital version of it. So you can look through this, and if you do like it, it's a little fuzzy again because it's a PDF sort of thing, but if you do find yourself enjoying it, I suggest, supporting the writer and actually getting it in person, or maybe finding a PDF that you can buy. But this is here, you can read through this. I think it helps explain things a lot. And then there's also this book here, and I believe it was this one I clicked on. Nope, wrong one. This guy here. There we are. It's just a different thing of what do you find is easier to learn. So we have videos, we have articles, we have books you can look at, and let me go ahead and scroll down. Now, because we're going to talk about colors and color palettes today, I have on here this website called LowSpec. It's a place you can go to look at different palettes, and I need to add a different link there, but you click up here, go to palettes, and these are different palettes created by different people. And what I've done is I found some palettes that I like. So we have on here Island Joy, Adventure 28, Koba, IGB, Wolk, Resurrect, and Resurrect 32, and so on. And then down here, we have some links for color wheels, and we'll go over this later, so I'm only brushing on this briefly, but these are where you can experiment with colors, and we don't need any of that, Adobe. No thank you. This will let you experiment with colors in person without having to go to any other websites. That's there. And then we also have some games that have different color palettes, which we will go over and discuss, and why were you blurry? And that's it. And you're telling me there's a possibility to print books about colors in black ink? If if you believe hard enough. And now for a philosophical question. Is brown a neutral color? You think so, but from everyone I asked, half of them think that only black, gray, and white are neutral. It depends on the black. I have a, what is it? Like a, not a sticky note, but I got a pack of cards that are just color cards, like color matching. And in the book, it describes three different types of browns. You have your red brown, your white brown, and your black brown. So it depends. Some people say it is a neutral color. Some people don't. But I think brown, to cover all your bases when it comes to color, brown should be on there. Brown's kind of though near that red and orange. Saying that though, let us go ahead and talk about color now, shall we? Oh, I almost forgot. Here we are. So if you would like to take part in this study and you'd like to participate, what you can do is head over to the Discord, and you can do that by clicking this guy up here, this Discord icon up here, or you can click this Discord icon all the way down here at the bottom of the screen, and I'll let you join the Discord, and that's what you saw earlier. And I couldn't stop you from saying, but we'll go back over to here. And on the Discord, if I can go ahead and click this button, this guy here, lovely. Once you join on here, the last person to join was good old Delta. You can scroll down here and you can see on the side, Pixelart, study with me. And this is where we have a discussion about different Pixelart studies. So if you find links or handy things during the study, or if I link something during the studies, this is where you would find it at. In this case, it's at the very top, the color study. So I can click on here and you can see as well, this has the links to the stream, resources, and later on it'll also have different things I link depending on what we get up to. So that's there if you want to join, if you want to participate. And at the end of stream, that's what that thing was there. At the end of stream, we'll see if anyone has posted their art for the study. And again, you don't have to participate if you don't want to, but if you'd like to, by all means, it's here if you'd like it. But after that, we're going to do the community, and that's where the community review comes into play. With that all said and done, let's go ahead and talk about color, shall we? Let me go ahead and click on, where are we going to? Concepts. Concept is the place to be. Let me go ahead and go to you. And while that is shifting there, let me go ahead and click on this guy here. Go ahead and click done on here. There we are. And green. Green is not a creative color. Let me go ahead and get some lemonade before we get started into things. Let's see. Oh, he's so tasty, I tell you. Let me go ahead and put on this guy here. This is my left. Yep. Okay. So when I linked those videos earlier, I found this video by Flow Studio to be the most helpful when it came to describing and explaining colors. So that's why I have the images on here. But there's 3 things you need to know about color, and it's on here. And let me get my pen. Where are we at? And the pen rolled away. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, hold on. I got it. Pen acquired. And where did my glove go? And poor yellow guy. Green is a creative color. I'm telling you, Zero, it is not at all. Not one bit. Let's see. If we zoom into here a little bit, hue is best just described as the actual color. So when you're looking at the color wheel, to describe these colors, and green's not a creative color. Careful now, Mother Nature's gonna take that personally someday. I'm just stating facts, that's all. It's not too, it's just a little bit of facts here and there. So if we're looking at this guy, hue just represents, if I scroll over here, the color name. So for example, hue would be red, orange, yellow, green, and blue, and so on and so forth. The name of the color is a hue. And let's all agree to never be creative again. Oh boy, that series was terrifying. Saturation. Now, saturation is one of my favorite things. I like to describe it as the intensity of the color, how hard it hits you in the face. So for example, this is a highly saturated purple. Oh, hold on, let me make this guy a little bit bigger. There we are. There we are, okay. This is a highly saturated purple. This is a punch in the face. If we lower the saturation, it goes down to gray. So you can see this guy here. If we make this a more muted color, and I don't know why it is changing. If we go down a little bit, it should, there, you can see it a little bit, but it loses that kick it has. So if I go down a little bit more, loses that kick of purple. It makes it a little bit softer, you could say. You're either in your face or super soft. So it's that color to gray. That's what that guy is. Let me go ahead and do down here. It's also called tones. And so your friend is not creative. You know, very fair point. But is he green? If you really think about it, I'd say he's blue, right? He could be bluish green, and that blue makes him allowed to get away with other things. But you know, Bobby's not the brains of the operation. I can say that for certain. he's the looks, he's the charm. Now, for lightness, I like to describe it as if I can move, saturation is the sharpness and the intensity. I like to describe lightness as the brightness and darkness, hence the lightness. So if we go back to that purple example, if it'll let me, we go back up here. This is the purple, right? If we lower down the brightness, it makes it darker, right? Lighter or darker. That's the way you can think of it. It's either moving towards your black or moving towards your white. It's either getting brighter or getting darker. Some people like to call it values or tints and shades, but that's what this guy is. Brighter or darker, and intensity. That's the way I like to think of it. So here we go. So again, you have your color name, your intensity, and then your brightness and darkness, and reddish grade. Yeah, easy peasy. So saying all of that, now that we have that in our terms, when something's called, what's the word? Oh no, we can move over here to this guy. So on here, this is a color palette, and actually not color palette, color wheel. Let's do it on here first. There are 2 color wheels I came across. Let me do this about down there. There we are. And I love Bobby's eyes, even if he doesn't know what's going on with his It's just elevator music in his head 24/7. You know, not a single thought behind those eyes. And that's the best way. If he started thinking, that would be a little bit scary. So we go to here, this is the right, yeah, this is fine. This is when people think of a color wheel, this is usually the color wheel that comes to mind. It is your red, your green, your yellow, your blue, your purple. This is a color wheel based off of physical paint in the world, and for the most part, that's how it was. This is a modern color wheel, and it's based off of how color actually works and how color works when it comes to the way your eyes perceive it. So this is the color wheel, what's the best way to say it? When you look at your RGBs, right? Your RGB lights for all of the gamers out there. Let me move this guy here. Your RGB, if I make this, oh, hold on, let me do red here. Yeah, about red here. We have, oh, that's not red. That's not red in the slightest. Where are we at? Red, there we are. So we have our R, we have our G. Yeah, that's good. Our RGB. That's kind of what this guy is based off of, our RGB. Let me put this down here. Your reds, your greens, your blues. And through the screens, they connect all these colors together to create the screens you look at. Each screen is made out of a few pixels of RGB, and then they change the variety. That's not the case in, hold on, if I move over here, that's not the case for this color wheel. For this color wheel, it is, if we go back here, it is red, and then it is blue, and it is yellow. That's the primary color, so it's different. It's just a smidge different, and I've noticed I've liked the modern color wheel more, so that's the one we'll be using. But it's that small difference that can make a little bit of, and you need the glasses for the theory segment, otherwise no one will understand. I say I must speak in big brain. I'm rather fluent. Where were we? And hi X-Job, welcome to stream. I don't think I've seen your name before. And how this guy works, you can see, right, RGB. And if you've heard of printers before, you've probably heard of CMY, so your cyan, your magenta, and your yellow. Coincidentally, I don't know if you can tell, but someone here is a CMY.
12 is now following.
Oh, thank you, Winterfrost, and welcome to stream. I don't know if you can tell, but this is one of my favorite color trios. Your CMY, one of my favorites. And let's see, we have our C, so this is here. And I didn't know it at the time, but when I was, getting ready and prepping my hair and getting the colors together, I didn't know this was a color palette. I was just naturally drawn to these colors. I'm like, oh, I like that yellow, I like that purple, I like that blue. And that's how it ended up. And surprisingly, it went well. I've got the magenta on me, I've got the purple, I've got the blue, and you can see it works well together. And then Bobby's got a little bit of green in him. Well, saying that, you scroll a little bit, and you're now going to read Bobby's mind. I have seen the end of the world. The world will not end with fire or cataclysm, but with a whisper, as both life and matter simply blow away from time. Yeah, I feel like he could be looking into prophecies. And hi, Les, welcome back to stream. So now that we've got the color wheel idea, let's talk about the relationships of colors. So if we go up to here, there's a few ways I like to describe colors. I like to describe them as either warm or cool. everything, and let me hold on, get this guy here. There we are. Okay. Everything on this side of the color wheel is warm, and everything on this side of the color wheel is cool. And how do we describe that? If you go down here, if I, let's see. If you go down to this guy, it'll let me. Usually how people like to describe brightness and darkness when it comes to colors is that for light, you usually want to have the color as something close to yellow. When you're doing something for dark and shadows, end of the universe jump scare. And hi, Flagel, welcome back to stream. You suppose you could call it that, yeah. It's just a bit of, you know, doomsday. The apocalypse is near. When you do your colors, usually you want your yellow as your brightest and your purple as your darkest. And what does that mean? It's this thing called hue shifting, hence the name of the hue. And I can show you what it means. So if we go down to here and we go to, let's see, hue, I'll just put it here. Hue, is it good and centered? Let me move over here. Okay. And then I'll do hue, H-U-E. Now someone give me a color that is not purple or yellow. It's any color, pick a color while I'm writing this down. Hue, and then S-H-I-F-T-I-N-G. There we are. And let me get some lemonade. Green, orange. We'll go with green. Teal, since green was the first one to be said. Aqua. We'll go with green. Alrighty. So since we're doing green, let me go ahead and choose the sky. Now, how most people, when they go about making a color palette, they'll only use, and what's the word we have to use? I'm trying to get better at terms. They only go off of lightness or tint and shade. So if we want to make this green darker, what most people will do when they're making their color palettes or using colors is all they'll do is just do this. So they'll say, okay, I want a darker green, so I'll just go ahead and make this green darker, and then I'll just keep sliding it to black. And now this is the darker green. This is your darker green, and then if we go over here to lightness, this is a lighter green, and then this is a lighter green. And this is all nice and dandy, right? This is fine. It's a-okay. No, it's a little bit too bright. The paper won't pick it up. There's nothing wrong with this. If it's what you like, it's what you like. And green. Indeedy. However, by using this guy here, so by using this color wheel here, by moving towards yellow, it'll give us a bit of a better flavor. And by moving towards purple, it'll give us a better flavor. So if we go back, undo, move this guy here. If we go ahead and choose this green again, so let me go ahead and eyedrop this guy here, and greeny, gren. Just about. If we were to make this green lighter by using the yellow and the purple, what you would do is you would bring this guy over to, let's say, yellow, right? So we go here, and then you might smudge it over just a bit. So then we might get something like this, and then you would go towards yellow, smudge it over a little bit more, and this would be your light greens. And then if we go back to this color here, and we go to this guy down here, we have a green. So if we want it to go darker, we have to go towards purple. So purple is in this direction. Purple is that cool color. You can kind of see, right? It feels warmer. It's still a green, but it's kind of a greenish yellow. So if we go back to our green here, we'll go ahead and slide it down towards that purple down there, and slide it towards the left down here. And hello, Diago ADC. Welcome. Now it's Yelene. And this feels like dark magic. I always love hue shifting. Hue shifting is one of my favorite things to do. And then we'll go back towards the purple, and then we're sliding it over here. So instead, maybe we have, and this guy's a little bit darker, so I'll commit, and I'll make this just a bit darker on here, so a bit smoother over here. There we go. So there's two different ways to do it, right? This is both lighter and darker, but you can see how that a little bit of oomph towards the purple, right, makes it a different color, and a little bit towards yellow adds that bit of color or light magic, might I say. Light and dark magic. And I am the green. And Petro's article on hue shifting really got into Pixelart. It does indeed feel like magic. Was that the, hold on, let me see. If it's the thing I can link to on mine, so I can link people to that one. Let's see, EEDRO color article. Let me see. I want to save that for later and see if I can add it. Pedro environment shade. Oh no. I'll look into it and see if I can find it, because the more articles I can add, the better. Color's just one of those things.
D-Bunny is now following.
And thank you for the follow, D-Bunny. Or is it D-Bun? Tell me how close I got, but welcome to stream. And it was on the medium. Oh, okay, hold on. Let's see. EEDROARTICLE MEDIUM. Medium. Okay, I think I see it. Read writing on Pedro. Pedro article color. 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 I think it's this guy here. Possibly. Let me copy you and you can tell me if it is. We'll go back to here. Really quickly, I just want to see. I like leaking articles to other things and other people, and that's medium. But I'm guessing it's this one here, where it talks about hue shifting and value, right? And you're golden? Lovely. That's what I like to hear. Chroma saturation, yeah. Is this what you're talking about, Blitz? If I had to guess. This guy down here. So I can more than 100% add this to, let's see. I'd put it like, well, scroll all the way up. Scroll this way up. Put it in the article section as, yeah, the more articles, the better. And hi's Cats out on keyboard. We're always hoping everyone's having a lovely day. I hope your day's just as lovely as the day you're wishing for other people. But welcome. I hope you have a nice day. Let us go ahead and go back to concepts. And let me go ahead and drag this, or nope, this is fine to keep it on the screen here. Yep, okay. So saying that, what we can talk about next, aside from hue shifting, is this is gonna be important. Let us now talk about, over here, color schemes. Now, for colors to work together, for colors to feel nice, there's different things you can do. And this is where the color schemes come into play. We have on here different ones like monochromatic, analogous, complementary, split complementary, triad, tetrad, square. A lot of different names, and it feels a little complicated. The only ones I would really worry about are a few. So let me make this like an orange. I usually like my mustardy yellows. That's a favorite color of mine. Again, if you couldn't tell. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I would say the colors, or the ones you should stick to, are complementary. Let's see, we have monochromatic. That one's pretty good. Analogous is pretty good. I've heard of split complementary, and I've heard of triad. These are the ones. I haven't heard of tetrad, and I haven't heard of square. But now let's go into those websites I was talking about earlier so I can explain what each of these do. So if I go ahead and, do I want to save this on screen? Yeah, let me go ahead and make the screenshot here. Yeah, okay. And then let me file, export, save as, and go down to downloads. Lovely, lovely. And one thing that sometimes bugs you is that the wheel is sometimes different from source to source. Yeah, do you mean, Lusk, this here? The two different wheels? Is that what you mean? So that is a thing, and I didn't realize that. If you look very carefully, you can see yellow is opposite of purple, right? That follows our hue shifting, where yellow is opposite of purple. But, I mean, even if you look here, yellow's not opposite of purple anymore. Yellow is opposite of blue. So depending on the, yep, this color wheel is based off of physical paint. So this is like your traditional medium color wheel. This is a more modern color wheel based on how we see color and how light is perceived. This is the more modern, up-to-date one. Most people still use this one, but I like this one just because it gives you a bigger range of color. And River was winning a bad day for you, huh? Oh, hold on. Think you're traumatized after yesterday. Hi. Oh boy. So that's probably what you mean, Lusk. What I would do anytime you look at a color wheel, see what's opposite of yellow. If yellow is opposite of purple, then it's the traditional one. If yellow has blue as its opposite, then it's the modern one. That can kind of tell you. That can give it away on which is which. That's my usual go-to. But I drew this here, and you can see as well I have the whites and the black, and then the browns and the grays. So this is all the colors I think that go into color. Saying that though, let's go ahead and look at some color schemes and break it down what it is. And if we go back into this guy here, and I go ahead and drag and drop this guy into here, there we are in capture. Yep, lovely. I'm gonna move you about right up there. And well, I wish you a bad day then. Never thought I'd think I'd hear that. Oh boy, let me go back into here. And if we go ahead and click on our color study here, these were where are we at? Scroll down here a little bit. There we are. So there's two different color palettes. It's been a second since they've been here. Wrath. He suggested this website called Super Color Palette. This website here, I do like it, and it's a little hard to say because of the sizing, but I like it. There's some things and some buttons at the bottom that you can use and shift around with hue, saturation, and lightness. For our examples, we're going to use this one here. I think it's a little bit easier to see because you're looking at the actual wheel. And taking what we know, right? If we're looking at our yellow, right? Yellow's up here, blue's down here. So we know this is a more modern color wheel. So if we go down here in color mode, you can see it as well. RGB, interesting. LAB, lab, HSB. I'm interested about that one. And you can't see it, so let me move this guy here. There we are. Actually, I'll move it up here. There we are. So now you can see what I'm looking at. Let's go ahead and scroll down just a little bit. And if we're going down to here, let's first talk about, and now I can't see it, hold on. Let me move this guy, where are we at? Let me drag this on screen so I can see it a little bit better. Move this guy up here, lovely, okay. This guy up here, scroll in here, make this a little bit bigger, and then you get moved up here for now, just temporarily. So first, let's talk about monochromatic. That's the easiest one to explain. If you can go here and see, and I can click this guy, and can I zoom in a little bit more? I can. Lovely. So if I click on here, monochromatic, what do you notice about the way the colors line up? And save? Oh, wrong button. We don't want to save. Never mind. Just wish that wasn't there, but let's say okay. With monochromatic, it is only one color. And as you can see, it goes towards the center, it goes towards the outside. So this is all yellow. This would be a monochromatic color line. This would be yellow. This would be red monochromatic. This would be our purples, our blues. So all monochromatic means is just one color, different. What do we use? I believe we use shades or lightness, our tints, right? Our tint values. And I'm wondering where this black is. Interesting. I'm not sure what that guy does. So I'm just gonna refresh the page since I have no idea what that does. So let's go ahead and write that down just really quickly. We'll go back into draw and write, oh, not draw, concepts. Never mind, wrong thing. And we'll go ahead and put this down here. So monochromatic is just colors that are beside each other. I mean, not colors that are beside each other. Monochromatic is one color. So we'll put that down here. One color. C-O-L-O-R. Next, let's talk about complementary. I think that's always a fun one to talk about. So let's go back into our browser here. Lovely, lovely. And this guy here. Next up for our complementary, you can see how complementary works is that it's the opposite of the color. For example, usually people have the complementary as, I believe it's yellow and blue is usually the complementary colors, which lines up with the purple because you see the yellow and purple sometimes, but this guy here, yellow is complementary to blue. Green is complementary to red. And why complementary colors are important is because they complement each other by having so much contrast. And contrast is just, it's the best way I can say it. If we go back into concepts here really quickly, I'm going all over the place. If I go to this guy here, contrast, and this is great, I'm glad you're enjoying it. So let me move here. The thing is, for the first time in a stream, I have knowledge on what we're talking about. But I also, again, watched all of those videos and took notes. So this is also coming from a place of, I had to pre-study the study session. So where were we? Alrighty, so contrast. If I go ahead and do this guy, let's see, oh, no, I don't need that. Exit, there we go. I'll go ahead and just do gray. I wish I could tell what I was seeing on here. Let me go ahead and do this 19 color. This guy here, yeah. Actually, it'd be easier to show you in Aseprite, and you're such a great... I don't know if I'm teaching as much as I'm just explaining. You know, I'll take it. For today's terms, get a little bit of a teacher hat on. Alrighty, what I'll do here is now, actually, let me make this a little bit bigger. That way it's easier to see on screen. Where are we? Let's make this guy bigger. Where are we at? I'm just hoping I don't spend too much speaking, and I feel like I'm back in elementary. You know, the elementary was the good old days when you didn't have to worry about a lot, so I'll take that as a huge compliment, thank you. And not. Let me make this guy smaller like this, that way you can see it bigger in high definition. And let me make, oh, hold on, this guy here, Aseprite, lovely. Let's make it bigger, just so you can really see it. There we are. When I'm messing with the colors, actually, let's do it over here instead. That's a little bit better. And Aseprite is not big enough on screen for some reason. So let me go ahead and slide this over. There we are, just a smidge. There we go. And move you over here. Yeah, there you are. Okay, so when we talk about complementary, and we look at this guy, how do you find out complementary on here? If I'm looking on here, I think there is a way to see it. You can see these are the different options you can use in Aseprite. I usually go for color tint shade. That's your hue saturation value. You can see there's color spectrum on here, and it's always interesting to see how it works. You can see we move this guy up here and then we change it through this value, and it's a thing of finding the ones you like. I usually like to use the color tint shades. We have this color spectrum. We also have on here the color wheel, and if we look again, right, blue and yellow, blue and purple. I know colors. Blue and yellow. We can notice that this is a modern color wheel, right? And everyone's talking about the color scheme, but you never heard of it pulling them off. Can you elaborate a little bit, Check, if you wouldn't mind? We also have on here our RGB, RYB. Ah, okay, so they do. This is a modern, this is the traditional color wheel, right? This is the traditional color wheel. You can tell because yellow is across from purple, right? And then we have the modern one, which is yellow is across from blue. But there will be no apples, but bananas. If you hand me a banana on my desk, you're getting detention. We're gonna have to see you after class. Where were we? And there's also normal map color wheel. Now, I have no idea what this one is. It's interesting for sure. for our purposes and explaining, oh, the colors be scheming. They be plotting. Let's go back to, for now, our RGB color wheel, and let's go ahead with that yellow. So, I believe, if I am correct with how complementaries work, again, it's that thing of studying, and wheel, that's the normal map. Is that for lighting, I think? Yeah, 3D surfaces. Got ya. Interesting. It's interesting that Aseprite has it. I'm gonna grab this, what is it? This yellow, and actually, let's do it this way. I'm gonna take you here. There we go. Fill you up. And then I'm gonna do this guy here. And then I'm gonna do this guy here. So can you notice how the the yellow contrasts the blue, right? It adds a pop. Another color we can try to do, let's say, if we do, and don't. And Japan flat looking a little off. I know one color people like using a lot is green and what is it? Green and red? Green and red are usually two contrasting colors, but it's interesting that these guys aren't far apart. I'm guessing it's because of the color wheel, right? I'm remembering green and red. It's not on the modern color wheel, and like that has scared me off before. If we go to this guy, I think it'll show us, yeah, you can see green, red, usually also tends to be a contrasty color. So if I'm choosing these guys here, you can see, again, really big pop of color. And green and red, you can think of it like for Christmas, right? Another two that are usually together are orange and, yeah, I remember orange and blue are sometimes together. So it's just a thing of, depending on the color wheel you use, you get different complementaries, but complementaries are good for contrast. I really love me a good orange and blue. I think those go really well together. And they do, because they complement each other. So let's head back over. Oh, we didn't do monochromatic, did we? Let me just fill this guy up. And it's interesting how they also give a different feel. Yep, we'll get to that. And now I got a little Bernard. I have no idea what that one means. Just for a quick demonstration of what is it, the monochrome. So we have this guy here, right? And then we have this guy here. And you can see, right? You can barely see the green. And I think if I go into color mode here and go into grayscale, look at that contrast, right? You can instantly see the difference in colors, even if it's in black and white. Hence, contrast. Not so much for the monochrome. These guys are meant to blend more well together. They're meant to be they're different, but they're the same because they're the same colors. And I think, yeah, just these colors. And I believe monochrome, you can still even do these guys because, you know, it still pops out. So if we go back to color mode here, yeah, different. So they're all green still, but just different shades of green. So that's the thing. So while saying that, let's go ahead to the other color styles. Let's go back into concepts. Here we are. Okay. Now that we know complements, we know that they contrast well because they complement each other. So I'll go ahead and put that. And great album cover you made there. It's rock and roll. Let me go ahead and do, let's see. Work well together. Work. W-O-R-K. Work well. E-L-L-P-O-G-E-T-H-R. They work well together. Oh, there we are. And hi, Gus. Welcome. I'm glad you could make it. You're late, but better late than never. And hello. I'm glad you could come. Alrighty. Next, let's talk about analogous. Now, analogous, I like to describe as just colors that are in the same area. I like to describe them as more so or less in the same family. That's how I like to describe their buddies, their neighbors. If we go into the browser again to look at our color wheel, you can see here, right? These guys on here, we do analogous. They're colors that are right beside each other. So they're colors within the same range. They're not too pop. They're just about in that area. So for example, I think if we do like here, these are usually your fall colors, right? More so your reds and your oranges and your yellows. That's usually what you see when you think of fall. I think I can even put on here, right? If I type in fall here, let's see what pops up. Orange, yellow. There's a little bit of green in here, which is interesting. Let's see. If we go back to our color palette, what are we seeing? Green. Green is not pop-out color, but you can see, right? Different areas and different sections. So if we go down here, what's a color? What colors do you see when you see this one? The blues and the purples. I'm trying to think. Any other colors I can think of instantly? We have some of the greens and the blues. So these are just colors that are kind of next to each other. They're neighbors, they're buddies, they're best buddies. But what comes to mind immediately is just fall anytime I see these colors because they just go well together. They're not too contrasty and ew. Zero reminder that, yeah, we, Pinterest is the only one I could find, but yeah, I totally understand that. Make sure you read the rules in that regard to that topic. Alrighty, so saying that, let's go ahead back to concepts. And let's go into concepts here. So now I guess I like to describe it as best buddies for neighbors. Now, can I spell neighbors? N-E-I-G-H-E-O-R? Let me go and Google. How neighbor? How N-E-I-G-H-B-O-R? Neighbor? Oh, I spelled it right. Lovely. I can never tell these days. And hi, luckages. welcome in Europe. I'm glad. Okay, good. N-E-I-G-H-E-O-R. I never spell the word, so I can never be sure. And also, you can't believe it's spelled that way. Yeah, that's why I wasn't sure. I had to double check and look it up. Neighbor. And bore is American. Bore is British. Ah, so both are correct. I'll take it. Next up, we have split complementary and triad. So let's go ahead and do split complementary first now. Split complementary is like complementary, except it takes the colors beside the complementary colors. So it's like complementary, but just a little bit different. So I like to call it the complementary plus, the complementary extra pack edition. So we'll just do that. Thick P, P-L-E-M-E-N-E, complement. Yes, there we are. And complimentary, but spicy, exactly. But what's the word? Fuego, I think. And you always think of a horse's neigh. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Neighbor. And if the complimentary color brought a plus one, yeah, it's complimentary, but plus one. And wait, there are two ways to spell it. Apparently. So if we can go back into, let's see, lock that guy there and go back into our browser. Let's take a look and see what we can accomplish. See what we can switch up on the menu. Let's go back into browser. Psst, ears, you smell like Fritos, huh? I would like to imagine I smell like lavender and maybe a little bit of cherry, and I like lavender, but I also like a little bit of warm rose. Yeah, I'll take rose, but Fritos? You take that back. So if we go to here to split complementary, and look at the little triangle guy. So now we're getting into those colors. Look at that. Again, we have that blue and the orange, but now we have a tweaked blue here, and starfruit perfume. I'll take it. And Cheetos? And Arndenushka? Is that how you said? Hello from Russia. Hello. Welcome. We go here to our greens, right? We have some purples. So if you don't know where to get started in colors, it's just a thing of see. You can see up here. No, you can't. Hold on. Let me move this guy here. We'll just move you down there for a second. Mess around with the colors in here. This is what I like to do if I'm not sure what colors to use. Usually you can get a pretty good color palette with just switching around these. So like complementary, maybe you want to do complementary, so you look at these guys, and it'll usually give you colors you can work with. What is a Frito? Like Cheetos, and she smells like Bobby. Now Bobby smells like the ocean. He's as fresh and as clean as they come, like a fresh, a fresh basket of laundry. That's what Bobby smells like. Let's go back over to concepts here. And lastly, there is triad. Now there's the other ones, but we'll just touch on these. You really don't need too much. Let's go ahead and go to concepts. Okay. So for triad is what it sounds like. It's if split complementary did the splits. It is even more complementary, but it's the colors, and you can see, right? They're evenly spaced between one another. And poor Bobby. What do you mean? Bobby is a dried fish. He brings his own moisture. You know, he's so squishy. And all this is making me crave crayons. Thankfully, I was not a crayon eater in my younger ages. Now, other things I cannot, say, but I've heard, apparently some crayons are tasty. Not that I recommend it, but from down the tree vine. And will there be a recording? What do you mean? Do you mean the stream recorded, or could you elaborate just a smidge? If you mean the stream, yeah, the stream gets saved on YouTube, and then I go and I categorize the chapters depending on where we're at. And here I save some for you. And now you probably smells like barrel of shrimp. Blah. Shrimp smells awful. But I like to describe triad as just evenly spaced palettes. We'll just do that here. E-V-E-N-L-Y, evenly S-P-A-C-E-D, evenly spaced. There we are. And VOD, yeah. That's the purpose of it being on YouTube, is that I get to have a VOD up afterwards, which is lovely, as I know a lot of people don't have time to come to these streams, so it's nice that I can have it. And I am double Asian. Welcome to the other side, Gus. And the dandelion crayons was the tastiest? Oh no, we found one. And are there no VODs on Twitch? I don't think so. Twitch usually doesn't save them. I believe by the time it's 2 weeks, Twitch deletes them. So I have a whole thing. That's why I also multi-stream on both Twitch and YouTube, so that it saves it. There's VODs on YouTube from the actual stream being recorded instead of uploading. And the recent ones, yeah, only the recent ones. They stay up for about 2 weeks, unfortunately. Let's go back into where we at? This guy here, RP, or not PRF, this guy here. And we're looking for our triad. Again, I like to just describe it as evenly spaced. If we move this guy, up here, that's fine, I see it, yep. If we go here, you can see evenly spaced, and they always stay evenly spaced between one another. That brings you back to the C, there you go, the magenta, blue, and yellow, right? If we do our RGB, that's about there, right? Our red, our green, our blue, our RGB, just kind of sort our RGB. RGB tweaked, just about. But again, this is just a thing of, look, find out what you like about them. It's that just different spacing I like to see. And I was afraid to read my message, huh? What did you say? And hello, whoa there. Oh, whoa, free color theory class. You know what I mean? I keep getting called a teacher. This is more so of a, let me tell you the notes I took. But welcome, Katsunataza. These are streams I like to do every week where I try to study something. Color is something I know a lot about, since if it's one thing I want to get good at when it comes to art and my pixel art, I want to get good at colors. Colors, if I could choose a stat to max out, you know, we have technique and other things, but color. I want to be a color master. So I have the physical color books. I have the color things on hand. And did I miss your message, Rudy? Oh, Bobby is space octopus. He doesn't need water. He needs a hug every 5 minutes. Indeed, he is fueled by love. Love always. And let me copy your homework. Ah, yes. And I always appreciate you sharing it all. I appreciate you being here, Blitz. It's nice that people like this. I used to do this off stream and just as me, but I realized people like studying, and it's fun to study with people. So that's why I like doing these streams. So this is just it's not your neighbors, right? They're distant cousins. So maybe we can call it that. Just distant cousins. But that about does it for our color, I forget what they're called. Color schemes. Yeah, that's the word. So let's go back to concepts. Let's see. So that's our color schemes. Next up, let's talk about, this is why I have notes on here. Next up, let's talk about, oh, there we are, color ramps. Let's talk about feeling when it comes to colors. Now, it doesn't have to be the case, and actually let me move this up here, but usually colors can convey a sort of feeling. When you look at a color, usually you get a feeling for it. You glance at it and it makes you feel a certain way. You can see here, red's usually associated with passion, confidence, energy, and rage and danger. What are some red things you can think that fall into the category? What comes to mind for me initially is like a stop sign, right? They make the stop sign and let me get a different color here. A different size, if anything. Let's do, bump up the lightness, right? Make it lighter. And the red lanterns, what are those from? If I may ask. And oh, yeah, we'll just, let's do this. Yep, This is a beautiful stoplight. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. But stoplights are red. We also have angers usually associated with red, right? And man, all this color reminds me of bachelor thesis. And ad starts in a second. Oh boy. Okay, we'll have the ads go on now. Then we'll take a break. I'll go ahead and get some of my water and lemonade, and we'll let the ads do their thing. We'll just let them stay there. Now, let's see, comic book stuff. I got ya. Interesting. That's the thing. I like theory. I like talking about it. But if I have to do it for homework, then it's no longer fun. I'm the type of person where I love researching. I love studying. I love learning. But then now you tell me I have to be graded on it? Yuck. I no longer want to do the thing. And stress and danger. Yeah, I can see stress. Yeah. And you're glad you did the same. You did some foreshadowing back then. And saying Lurby. See? I'm telling you, it's the thing of, and that was the thing too, I said this yesterday, but I fell in love with reading because of English. It's my least favorite subject in school. I don't like book reports. I don't like reading poems and having to say, all right, this is question number 3. What does the blue door that the writer talked about mean? And of course you can look at this guy and say, oh, it means conservative, stable, calm, reliable, sad. That's what it means, but maybe in a different context it means something else. And tell me the meaning, write a few paragraphs of what this means. Now I don't like reading anymore, thanks a lot. But recently, now that I'm no longer out of school, I can just relax and vibe and learn stuff at my own pace. And punching bags are also a good thing. Yeah, that's a good one. Let me write that down. And jokes on Twitch. I can just come here to dodge the ads. easy. I always stop during, I take these mini breaks for the ads though, so you don't miss anything. I just chat. I chat it up. Let me go ahead and write that on there though. That's a good one. Punching bags. Let's do a different size here. That's a good one, yeah. Red, danger, aggression. Confidence though. Also confidence, right? We can go ahead here, like this color, yeah, this works, and just, yep, this is a beautiful punching bag. You've never seen a punching bag like it, so let's just, a punching bag, there we go. Yeah, I hope that, yeah, punching bag, beautiful. And honestly, your channel is one of the best pixel art. Keep up the good work. Oh, you're sweet. You'll definitely be noticed by other aspiring artists. I truly do appreciate it. One of the things was that I noticed pixel art seems to be such a small space, and the pixel artists that are the big guys, it's unfortunate they don't post a lot, but their videos are really highly produced, so no wonder. It takes me a few weeks to edit a video. So I can understand why it takes them so long, but because of that, I want to see a lot more pixel art. I want to see a lot more pixel art channels, so I'm hoping it'll inspire people to do it. And we have about 30 seconds left. The best color, and red equals red moss, purple equals purple moss, blue equals blue moss, and green, obviously, sour apples. Oh, sour apples are awful. Terrible, I say. You can at least eat anything once in Cliff Notes. I don't know about Cliff Notes. I've heard of that before, but thank you again. Oh, Andrewshka. I hope I was at least a little bit close. The ads are about to end, so let me go ahead and get some lemonade while I can. And you're gonna try to make some pixel art cards with a decent background? You should! It's always fun to try to draw stuff. Drawing stuff is always nice. And, oh, okay. So, purple is described as royalty, wisdom, braveness, spirituality, and uniqueness. Now, I didn't do this on purpose, I assure you, but if you didn't know, hi, my name is Iris Ezra. You know, I'm a pixel artist, I'm a game dev, and I'm also a Eldritch Princess VTuber. And would you look at that? Purple is being described as. You know, I just thought I'd put it out there. But the reason why, a fun fact for you, the reason why purple is associated with royalty is because purple is actually it was a very exotic color back in the medieval times. So only the rich could buy purple dyes, hence why it was associated with royalty. But also wisdom, bravery, I can see those. Usually when you look at a wizard, what do you imagine a wizard wearing, right? You have your wizard hats, which are usually purple. Let's go ahead and put them on there. And that's lovely. And oh, hey there, princess. Hi, Dark. Oh no, let's see. Red, blood, purple, space, blue, water, green, anything but broccoli yellow? What is a broccoli yellow? Oh boy. So next color we have blue. Now, what are some blue things? And what immediately comes to mind, right, is the ocean. So I'll just go ahead and put on here blue. Blue, conservative, stable, calm, reliable, sad. Blue, yeah, you have your water here. This is beautiful water. We also have tears that are blue, that are, you know, sad and aloof. That's interesting, but yeah, your calming oceans are usually blue. Now green should be easy. When you hear green, what do you think of? Usually your grass, and this is almost gonna be the same exact as the water, but grass. Now, I can say this, green is not just peaceful, green money. That's probably what it means by abundance. Creativity, interesting, dollars. I'll put on here the dollars, there you go. There you go, and then we'll just do this here. Yep, dollar bills. Dollar. Now, I can say this, green is also associated with toxicity, like your evil witch. And I like money. money. And hi, Weebasaurus Rex, welcome to stream, and Frog. Frog is a part of nature. I'll quickly do here. Oh, hold on. Let's make it just a bit smaller. Let's do this red here. Green is also associated with, I can say this here, toxicity. And if I go ahead and just do this, this is good, The Snow White apple was green. Green is unnatural. It can be unnatural in some places. So your green, your toxins, and your radium, what is it, radium, I think? That's green. And I like this radiation slime, in radiation slimes and slime armature. Yep, radiation is green. The radiation, yeah. It can also stand for toxicity. And poison, yep, poison is also the color of poison, so it depends. If we go down here to yellow, now yellow, you usually think of yellow as the sun. It's bright, it's sunny, it's happy. Your happy days, your bright, happy tones. So let me go ahead and do more of a yellow here. There we are. Sun, let's see, it doesn't show up too well on this black is always the tricky part. And not black, and Bobby. Bobby is a fresh, natural, peaceful creature, yep, and abundant. Bobby is indeed green. Oh boy. Let me go ahead and do this as, yep, and just the sun. There we are. Easy peasy. Now, dark green, wilderness, green, nature, and bright green. That's it. Yeah. You make a fair point, Zach. Bright green is associated with toxicity because it's unnatural. Never in nature are you going to find a green that looks like this, right? That's what makes it look toxic. A green that looks like, let's lower down, what is this called? The value? No, the tones, right? Tints and tones. And let's lower down our shade. That's this guy here. Usually it's like this, and that's not toxic. But because this is a bright color, it's considered toxic. So that's a really good note. Let me go ahead and write that down here. Let's do the black here. And this is toxic, T-O-X-I-C, toxic / unnatural, U-N-A-T-U-R-A-L, unnatural. You kind of can on poisonous animals. You never notice Bobby's eyes look like inverted Pac-Man? Yeah. He's a little Pac-Man boy. And are these what you call color studies? Yep, and hi, Annie, right? Welcome. Yep, today's all about color, one of my favorite topics. If we go down here, what do we have with orange? Orange is usually associated with apparently creativity. Now, I'm not sure about this one. Also confidence and happiness. I'm not too sure how I feel about orange. Orange, I have heard, is associated with creativity. I'm not too sure why. The cat is adorable, and thank you for the pets, Dark. And interesting, orange is usually associated with creativity. I don't know why. And Shrek is toxic. In certain circumstances, he can be. And mold is green too, yeah. And sleepy beepy. And for your main list, you have red equals strong, purple equals status, yeah, like royalty. Blue equals deep, green equals calm, yellow equals energetic, orange equals awkward. Interesting, unusual. Brown is big, and you can use these words in both positive and negative ways for designing. Interesting. And you feel like peeling an orange is what normally, yeah. I feel like I'm not too sure about the orange one. I wouldn't be able to tell you. Oh, actually, you know what? If I'm not sure, why don't I just Google? Why is orange associated with creativity? Let's just look it up. We have Google at our fingertips. Orange is associated with creativity due to stimulating energetic nature. I have no idea what that means. Let's see, Any answers here? Duality of orange, yeah, I'm still not getting my answers answered. Orange, let's see, meaning, emotion, Okay, this is a little bit better. This is a little bit of a better explanation. Let me make this, oh, hold on. Here we are, make this a little bit smaller. We have on here, orange is a vibrant and cheerful color that often evokes an energetic, enthusiastic feeling. It has many different shades, tones, and nuances, each with its own unique orange color meaning. Orange is associated with joy and sunshine and tropics. It also represents enthusiasm, creativity, determination, attraction, success, encouragement, and stimulation. I can see it being associated with autumn. Maybe that's why. People used to call it dark yellow for most of history. I can see why. It says here, right? Excitement. Yellow's also excitement. So I can see, yeah, they're kind of next to each other. And I did read that. Now I wanted some orange juice. Oh, orange juice is good. Now, for brown apparently is warm. I can see that, right? Because brown is a warm color. If we go back to this guy here, and brown, depending on the brown, but that brown guy can be moved up here to warm or cool. But yeah, brown is warm, right? Brown is also nature. You could also say it's nature that. The brown could be the tree trunk. So if we go to, let's see, brown's usually in our orange, and there we are. Brown's usually your trees, and that's a big tree. Brown is tree. Let's go back down here, and maybe down here. Yeah, about you. Okay. Brown's usually your trees, and I'll just go ahead. Yeah, this is a beautiful tree. There you go. Warmth, earthy, yep, because you have your dirt. That's brown. That's pretty brown. You know, there was a brown. I just thought, yep, that is dirt. Thank you for looking at my dirt. And people used to say, I'm peeling a dark yellow. I'm peeling very well today. And maybe because orange is associated with fall. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I can see orange being associated with fall, and because fall is a new beginning, creativity possibly. I can think it, yeah, I can see it. Now that's brown, right? We have earth tones are your browns and your greens. That's very earthy. Now, I'm curious, I just wanna see, if we look at our color wheel, right? Where would brown be at? Brown and green, interesting, okay. Some people like to say, well, not some people, but you can see here, if we go down here, red and green are contrasty, and brown is kind of in this range here. So you might even say that brown is complementary to green. which is why they go well for earthy feels. Oh no, you're designing a color wheel itself? Nope. Today we're gonna be making a color palette. This is just, I just drew this color wheel to make things a little bit easier to see. But we're gonna be making a color palette, so we're gonna make our own colors today. And I'm just going through color stuff first, so we're all on the same page. So moving down, now we have black. Power, sophistication, mystery, evil, death. I can see it, yeah. Then again, death is usually a skull, right? And skulls are usually white. So that's interesting. You know, just being silly. We're reinventing colors. The fruit name came first. Oh, what did I miss today? Oh, I see. Got ya. I got ya. Okay, let's see, where were we? So black, I can see it being powered, usually evil because it's the darkest color. When you look into the night sky, right? When it's very dark, it's scary, it's spooky. When it's at nighttime, spooky, scary. Skulls on pirate flags have a black background. That's true, yeah. It's a black background and then white as the skull. Yeah, mystery, evil, death. I can see it, yeah. Your skull flag, let's see if I make this guy, oh, not that guy. This guy, the white. So we go up here, make your skull and how silly. Thank you, Dark. Let me go ahead and put on this guy here. Yep. And then just, yep. There you go. Black, power, sophistication. And let the hate flow through you. Yeah, if you want evil character, usually, you can also think, right, black and emo characters. Emo characters are usually black tones, right? And black's for black cat. Black cats are adorable. But oh, that's a good one. That's a really good one, actually, Dark. Black cats. This is gonna be the beautiful cat, the cutest cat you've ever seen. What are black cats usually associated with? Bad luck. They're usually seen as a bad omen because they're black, which is unfortunate, but right? Witch cat, yeah. Evil, sorcery, mystery. There you go. That's a black cat. That's a really good example. Lovely one. I'm gonna just do this just here. Yep, oh. Hold on, little eye here, and just there. There you go. Adorable little black cat. And meow. Exactly. And you're so broke that you made a Patreon. Patreons are always fun. And Black Cat is one of the better cats in Marvel Comics. I don't know too much about Marvel Comics, but I eventually do want to start like a comic collection. And people love cats, always. And yet black cats are so adorable, right? Unfortunately, and this is not so much of a fun fact, but black cats are the most they're one of the biggest population of cats that are homeless or up for adoption, because they're associated with evil and bad luck. So now they're the least likely to get adopted out of most cats, black cats, because it's just so sad, really. And my black cat just silly. He runs on 2 brain cells. I've been told black cats are just orange cats with a little bit of paint. from what I've heard. Now, what about gray? What comes to mind when you think of gray? Let me go back down here to a gray tone down here, a little bit darker gray. Yeah, there we go. Gray equals budget friendly. And they are little voids. They're so cute. Oh yeah. I eventually at some point want to get a cat, and I'm not sure which color, I'm not sure which one. I forget the name of the one I'm thinking of, ragdoll. I feel like a ragdoll could be fun, but I've also heard that they're the most dog-like cat, and when I want to get a cat, I want the cat experience. An eerie one. Let's see, where were we? Now, gray is associated with neutrality, balance, calm, sadness, and boredom. I can see it, right? Usually gray is the default. It's a blank color. And Raven is similar. Yep, evil colors. It's also another one that's associated with witch familiar. That's a really good point. Very good point. The neutrality, boredom, I can see it, right? Because it's blank, so, hold on. Neutrality, balance, that one doesn't even need explaining. And gray sky when raining, oh yeah, gray skies bring a very dull color, right? When the sun's out, it's all bright and yellow. It feels very energetic, right? It feels very happy, optimistic. When it's nighttime, it feels very calm and stable. When it is gray outside, when it's raining, very neutral, very dull, very bored. And old people's hair, old furniture with gray cobwebs. That's very specific. Old people's hair, and so gray clouds. Yeah, let me draw that down there. Gray clouds. That's a really good one. Yeah, gray clouds. And this is kind of brownish, but that's okay. Just yep, there we go. Gray clouds. And gray makes me feel isolation. That's a good one. Yeah. It says here, right, boredom and balance. So again, these meanings, you don't have to follow these meanings. These are just some suggestions. There's different ways people interpret different things, especially if you're from different parts of the world. What could be one thing where you're from could be a different meaning in another place. So it's all about up to you. I just think it's fun to know about meanings of colors because if you don't know what colors to use, it's fun to talk about the theory of colors first. And then, okay, if I want to make a piece that's sad, now I have a little bit of direction. I could try to go maybe for blues and grays, maybe a little bit of black. So it adds to a feel, and it's probably why British people are always sad. I have heard that one before. White's another one I can understand. Cleanness, purity, simplicity. It's also a neutral color. That one makes tons of sense, right? This is white. White is as pure as you can get. So yeah, purity. I would think when I'm thinking white, I would think, and I don't know how I can draw this, so I'm gonna, we'll see how this goes. But when I think white, what immediately comes to mind for me is, if it'll let me, let's see. We'll use black really quickly and do this. Oh yeah, this is a beautiful bird. Let me do this guy here. I think of a dove, and this is a dove. Yep, that's the dove there. And White Diamond from Steven Universe, that's a really good one. Great point. White Diamond, for those that know Steven Universe, her character is, oh, actually, you know what? Let me get a picture of her. That is oh, you know what? Actually, that is a great point. All of the characters are great point. Hold on, just theory. Hold on, give me 1 second. Steven Universe Diamonds. Just super quickly. I'm curious to see if you can see an interesting pattern here, as I really do enjoy these characters. So it's neat to know that these guys mean things. Let's see. This here. Let me see if I can find a really quick picture, as I have no idea. Okay, yeah. This works for now. We'll just drag it into here. But speaking of colors and things of that nature, right? Let me just drag this here. Look at this blue character. She's very sad. Look at this orange character. Not orange, yellow, right? Energetic. Actually, her power is electricity, which is yellow and orangey, right? And little detail from your part there, my bad. No worries. Pearl too, yep, purity. And look at this white one here. This character is like a evil. They're all evil, but white for purity. Her goal is to make the whole world pure. And what color is she? She's white, because it needs to be clean. That's the idea. So just character design, it also comes back to here. If you're trying to make a character, using colors for the color theory itself. And for the blue one, the intensity of what it feels like, her sadness more than colored itself. Yeah, she's blue. Blue is for the sadness, it's also for the emotions, the feelings. And then we're touching this one. Now, what does this character look like to you? It's a pink one. I would say playfulness, right? Maybe young and spry for her character. And hold on, people. Holding on. And someone with I quite like the floofiness. Happy. If we go here, romance, compassion, femininity, sweetness. And that lines up with this character pretty well. She's got a little happy smile on her face because she's supposed to be sweet. She's supposed to be a cutie. But romance, yeah, usually when you think of pink, you usually think of a heart. Usually you don't think of what is it? You usually don't think of a red heart. When you think of a heart, usually people will draw it with the red or the pink, because pink is a cute heart. You mean it looks like she replaced hair with sheep wool? That's how floofy she is. Super floofy. And she does look sweet? Yeah, right? She's really sweet looking. And are those all the colors? They are indeed. Okay. Espinel was playful? Yep, there you go. Steven is sweet and compassionate. Rose was romantic towards Greg. Yeah, so color theory can play a part, if you let it, in how you design characters, how you design your game. That's why we are going over this. It might seem a little bit of, why do we have to know the meaning of colors? Sometimes it can help. Sometimes it can be a good thing to look at. For example, another character I can think of now, I'm wondering why, but like Sonic, right? Sonic is blue. Not sure where the blue meaning could come into play there, but you know who else is a Sonic character and is a good example? Let's see. Shadow the Hedgehog. We look at this guy here, right? What does he look like to you? Just looking at his character here in the colors. Let's just put that down here. Sadness from the inside out. Look at this character here. Black and red are his motifs, and you see black and red's red, confidence, energy, rage, danger. That lines up with this guy. This guy's supposed to be a bad guy. He's supposed to be very emo, anti-hero. Yeah. And black, power, mystery, evil, death. So black and red fit him very well. If he was a different color, he might have a different feeling, but that black and red helps add to those colors. And we need to learn color theory so our edgy, tragic characters not bright pink. I'd like to see it. Well, that's always fun to do, where they look like they're happy and bright, but then you actually learn they have the worst backstory in the party of characters. It's always so silly. Okay, so saying that, let's look at some games now. Take a look at some of these games, and with the color meanings we know and the terms we know, what can we ascribe to these colors, do you think? So let me go ahead and take off my glasses. And colors are there to deceive you. And welcome Toak. Welcome back to stream. I hope you've been well. So any of these games that seem interesting to start with, I'll go ahead and take some lemonade. And maybe Blue for Sonic about loyalty. Oh yeah. Loyalty is also associated with blue. I do remember that. Blue is also associated with the good guys. If you've ever seen like It's not on here, but blue is also associated with loyalty and trust. Yep, very true. Very good, true. And why did they choose blue for Sonic? Yeah, loyalty, trust. And sorry, could you give your opinion on the point right below this one? No worries. Where's it at? Opinions. Did I miss something? But why does everyone have yellow stars around them regardless of character colors? Oh, I see. You mean these yellow stars here, Aniran? I don't know. Like this is art from, I believe, Dream Big. I'm guessing it's just an idea. This is fan art of the characters, so I'm not sure on my actual feel, but I just chose this one because it showed off the characters and their stances. That was yeah. I am guessing that's why, but it shows you just a different symbolization. And Shadow is also less round than Sonic. Yes, edgy. He's quite literally that sheep.
Alvin and Fig is now following.
And thank you, Alvin and the good. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. And you thought it was depicted something? Nope, I don't think so. I think it's just meant to be starry, if I had to guess. But yeah, blue is loyalty and trust, and it's also usually the good guys, right? Usually it's blue versus red. In a lot of games, you're either playing as the blue person or the red person. Either player one's red or player two's blue. And red and blue, I don't know why they go together. Let's see, any way we can see why. I don't know, but red and blue is usually the colors that are chosen. So red for Shadow, blue for Sonic. They usually are those guys, those key colors. And you like when they pair black with other colors, like black and pink, black and red? Yeah, very much, it's fun. So let's go ahead and start off with Stardew Valley. So with what we have in mind about colors and everything, when you look at this game, the screenshot, what is the feeling you get? This is good, red versus blue. Yeah, very classic. Good guys versus bad guys. Red guys are bad guys, blue guys are good guys. That's probably why Sonic is blue. And red and blue is also Mario's color palette. Ah, that's true, yeah, red and blue. Red and blue are primary colors. That's also why. Oh, that's it. Red and blue go together because they are triadic. You can see, right? Red, yellow, blue. They go together because they're part of the triad color scheme. They figured it out. There we are. And warm colors here. Yeah, I'm feeling warm colors. I also see lots of oranges and yellows and browns. And if we go back to here, right? Oranges, yellows, and browns were described as happy, optimistic, creativity, confidence, and brown, earthy, stable. A lot of warm colors. We can also see on here, if we go back to this guy here, right? Yellow, orange, brown can also be right there.
729 is now following.
Welcome to stream. Welcome to Attempts and red and blue. This is America. And peaceful nature, yeah. And actually, this is exactly Mario. The yellow on his buttons are actually strong contrasting accents. Hold on, let's take a look. Mario, M-A-R-I-O. Mario. Oh yeah, he's all primary colors. A lot of, I think, characters back in the day, like comic books and stuff, were primary colors because that's what they used for inking. So that's interesting. Now I'm thinking about it. It's a lot of, like I said, I like talking about theory. I like talking about character design, choosing colors for different meanings. But if you look at Mario, right? Red, blue, yellow, because would be his color scheme. He'd be the triadic color scheme with the red, blue, and yellow. Very much so, yeah. He's got the red for his, I guess his confidence, and the blue for that reliability. He's also the main character. That's interesting, yeah. And okay, I have to read that, lovely, okay. And lots of browns and greens for the earthy feel. And what do you draw pixel art with? I use a program called Aseprite, so A-S-E-P-R-I-T-E. Aseprite. If you want to know about other programs and free programs that you can use, I also have a website at your disposal if that would be something that would be helpful for you. You can also go here. I link different programs and things of that nature, and I'll also put this in YouTube for people that are curious about that one. So I go through and I list, and there's also a video version of this as well. So I hope that solved your question. And let's go back to here. And Aylar from Final Fantasy Engage is another one filled with primary colors. Primary is a very strong color palette. And actually, when Mario was done, the palette on the computers weren't that flexible.
Is now following.
And thank you, Gus, for following on here. And the palette on the palettes on the computers, yeah, weren't that flexible. So they used whatever was there. Mario could have been green and purple if technology was at that point. Yep, very good point. Very good point. And actually, indeed. So let's go ahead and put in here now. Another thing to note is saturation. Saturation, if we go back to here, right, your tone, your saturation, high saturation tends to be seen as childish and playful. If we, and what comes to mind immediately is, and we go back here, because they're unnatural colors, if you think of high saturated stuff, maybe what comes to mean, and let me write this out, children's toys right, are very bright. They emit that childish feeling because they're very bright. So if you make a palette that is high in saturation, you're going to get a lot of bright colors, a lot of barfy colors, but it's going to give off the feel of childish if they're going for something more playful, compared to something that's low in saturation, that's more, less, the opposite of childish, so more mature, because it's more realistic, because the real world isn't filled with colors like these. These are unnatural colors. You probably won't see these. I mean, you get your banana and your orange, but you get what I mean. But in the wild, usually darker colors, more muted colors, and when I say muted, I mean saturation. And mine was made of granite. Your what is it? Your orange, huh? And hi, Jules, welcome to stream. So saying that, we can immediately tell, right? Stardew Valley is high in saturation. What's neat about concepts is we can even go to this guy and we can color drop immediately. If we click this guy here, and actually let me color drop from here. Look at this guy here. We have a high orange here. If we look at that saturation, right? This is our saturation, so it's all the way up here. If we go ahead and look at those greens, those are kicks in the face greens. You can see here, put down that green, that kick in the face, also up here on the values. Let's take a look at the browns. Let's do this brown here. Let's see. Again, high up in here. If it were more realistic, it might be down here, more muted, about there. They're just bright, warm colors, indeed. And red, orange, green, and blue, indeed. And your game's characters are red, green, and blue, and orange because those are the only colors I know. But people will theorize why you chose those colors. Theories will always be fun. Now, to contrast Stardew Valley, this is a game called Octopath Traveler, and what do you notice right away? They look completely different, not just art style, but feeling, right? This is a more serious game. It's an RPG, you go off to battle, you go off to fight, and what are you seeing about the colors? If I go to this guy, oh, hold on. This guy here, the colors are low saturation. Ah yes, this image is made of colors. The floor is made of floor. And if you look at this, right, the colors are down here, and this looks 3D. It is, I believe, 2.5D, the way they made it. It's interesting technology, but yeah, it's an interesting feel. Let's go ahead and grab this color here, I think. And interesting, saturation here, like a bright color, but the colors feel less bright, right? You're getting more muted tones, you look here, compared to our Stardew Valley colors. Let's grab like a color down here. Let's see, that green there. They're all down here in terms of saturation. And how is your witch hat and wonder? I'll get there eventually. I shall. I truly shall. If we go here, right? Bright colors, muted colors. They're all colors. And haven't played Octopath Traveler yourself, but it gets the feel the story is quite serious. Yeah, I played it. I ended up returning it. I got it when it first came out. I'm gonna get it again. But it's a fun game. It's a fun, what's it? Not down to earth, but fantasy, realistic fantasy. It's a good game though. And best game ever, Octopath. Octopath is lovely. And you can see brown on everything if you look long enough. Yeah, it has a brown feel, and that gives it a very naturey feel. Next up, look at Terraria now. Taking a look at from what we know, what would you think this game looks like? What do you think would be the demographic? I go ahead and start grabbing colors on here. Do you think it's high saturation? Is it bright? What colors are you seeing? And you plan to buy it soon? It looks good? It is. And once I finish Octopath Traveler, I'm gonna try the second one. I've heard good things about that one too. We'll go ahead and grab this one here. Interesting. All right, we got that guy there, that guy there. Got some of these greens here. Okay, all right. Oh, hold on. This guy here. We also have some of these guys here. Interesting, interesting. Okay, and yeah, that guy there. These guys, I would say they're higher up on the saturation scale, right? You might get a more so cartoony feel for these colors. This guy's up here. We have a brown. What's this brown look like? This guy's also, this guy's down here, which is interesting. But I'm getting more pops of colors. And hi, Ironclad Magician. Welcome back to stream. How's it going? It's going great. I'm having a lot of fun. Colors, I could talk about colors all day. Colors is a favorite topic of mine. And it looks like crayons got blended up and somehow came out. Amazing. Yeah, high saturation in color. Yep. And that could give off a more childish feel. Again, high saturation tends to be associated with childish and cartoony. And Terraria is definitely our cartoony game. Let's go to our left a little bit. Now, again, piggybacking off of, if we go to our left, this is a game called Eastward. What do you get from this feel? Is it high saturation? Are you getting a lot of bright colors? Does it feel soft? Does it feel light? Does it feel dark? And yeah, Terraria seems to have a balance. It has but I can say it seems to be on the muted side of feels if I had to guess. And when I say muted, I mean saturation. The colors, like you can see here, I think this is a very dull brown, right? But then you have this very bright orange. So there's pops of colors here and there, which is interesting. And that looks dirty. This does, or Terraria does. I do like to say Terraria gives me a very swampy feel, that muddy feel, which there's nothing wrong with. But it feels like Birmingham, Peaky Blinders Birmingham. I don't know what that reference is to. Is it like a show or something? I think there's like Bridgerton, right? That's a thing. If I start collecting colors from here, I would say off the bat, low saturation, right? Now, I forget what type of game this is, but Eastward is I believe also an RPG. If I'm just grabbing colors from here and we're looking, right? About a middle color here, about middle color there. I just start grabbing colors. It's also heavily green. That's also something to notice, is that it feels green. Oh, Birmingham. I see. Peaky Blinders. Birmingham. Birmingham? I haven't heard of that one before. If I'm gonna go ahead and just grab these colors here, what are we noticing? Very muted, I'd say, right? Kind of down here, more towards here. Not a lot of harsh, dark colors. They're very soft colors, right? That's the feeling I'm getting. You get soft colors by having your colors that are, if we go back over here, less saturated and lighter in appearance, and lighter in our tints and shades. So, if we go back to here, another color that could be lighter in shades is Amori, and I like Amori. Amori's, I've yet to play it yet, but I love the look of it. Now, saturated, right? It kicks you in the face, but it's still soft. If we're looking between Amori versus Eastward, I feel like these are both soft and are not color palettes just made because hardware limitations. That's the neat part about Pixelart, is that back in the day, back in my time, there were limitations, hence why color palettes were created and why color palettes were limited. Because we now have all the colors of the rainbow, people can use any color they want, but to keep that game feel, people stick to color palettes. They'll stick to either using 16 or 32 or 64 colors to keep that limitation. Usually with Pixelart, the less colors the better, because you don't want to muddy up the screen. When you have a lot of colors working together, it can overwhelm the viewer. So it's all about trying to make it as little colors as possible and get your point across in as little words as possible, right? That's like to convey a message. Do you want to read a whole essay or do you want to read a sentence? If you use less words but still using the same letters, I think that can help. And One Shot is a great example of dark colors and color meaning in general, since the game areas of blue and green and red in that order. Ooh. Hold on, I'll say that whole. We got a lot of different ones here, but I would say I've heard One Shot as a recommendation before. So let me go ahead and grab these colors here. And what do we see immediately when we're looking at the screen, right? Very muted green. Look at it. It's all the way over here, and it's all the way highly saturated. So we have this green here. We also have that purple. That's a soft purple. But again, look at that saturation, right? These are highly saturated, but they're soft colors. They're light colors compared to Eastward, which had darker colors. But but Eastward's colors, if it'll let me grab it, and I grab this guy here, there we are. Their colors were less saturated, but had more of this area, more value. I might even say, might do like this here for around the Eastward colors, right? That feels like it would go together, right? Doesn't it? Compared to if it were something like Amori, Amori's color palette would be more like this color. And this doesn't feel like it would belong in Eastward, does it? It feels too out of place. And less saturated colors feel like the real world. Yep. Less saturation equals more realistic. High saturation equals cartoony. If we grab here, I'm gonna guess these trees are also high in saturation just by looking at them. And I always like trying to test myself. And what do I feel when I look at this? So whenever I talk about color feeling, that's what I'm trying to say. And pastel is a neat nerdy word to describe Amori. Pastel-y colors tend to be on that soft side. You can see here, right? Up saturation and about the still brightness. And let's grab just one more color. Let's see. Let's do this yellow here. What do we see when we see this yellow? High saturation, but it's soft. I like this softness, hardness. Let's see. Yeah, soft colors. Alrighty. Well, 234 now. There's a lot of these guys, but we'll see. We'll do a few. From Amori, let's look at something a little bit similar in feel. Let's look at Fields of Mistria. I've been playing this game non-stop recently since moving. It's been fun to play it. Now this guy here kind of feels like Amori, right? It has the greens and the pinks, but the different colors. It's also a highly saturated game. We look here, saturation is up here and it's softer. So it has that pastel-y feel without being too pastel-y or too muted is the word I like to use when I talk about saturation. So not saturation, lightness. When I say muted, this is a color, right? To mute this color, you would go down here. This would mute it by making it brighter with the white. So this is a muted pink. It's soft. It's a soft pink. That's why I describe, words. That's why I describe pastel as soft, because they're more muted. That's the word I like to use. So if we grab some of these pinks, we have some soft pinks. We have some hard pinks too, but just softer overall. So let's see. Let's go ahead and grab this guy here. Grab that guy there. We're looking here. Still about lower. It's closer to the white, but less saturated, which is interesting. But it's still bright pink, right? It's not too bright. Let's see. Let's grab this red here. Sure. Like that. And if we look here, ooh, less saturated, and it's in the darker tones. It's interesting. Let's grab one more green, and oh, if it'll let me. Sometimes it doesn't like to do it. And we'll grab this green here. There we are. And what are relationships between color palettes and composition? Could you elaborate just a little bit, Dulce? Do you mean composition as in amount of colors used, or do you mean color types? A smidge. And Amori kind of feels like Earthbound with a simpler camera angle on stronger drip trims. I've heard that before compared to Earthbound. And you love pastel colors? Are you gonna play Amori on stream someday? I hope to. I have it bought because I got it on sale. And that's one of the games I want to get around to playing. This guy here, less saturation, and about mid in terms of lightness and darkness. Now, Double Nine is a game I also do eventually want to play. So let's go. Actually, you know what? We're here. Chrono Trigger. What are the feelings you're getting? Very dark and grim compared to if we just saw, right? Fields of Mistria. This one was light and soft. This one is dark and grimy. What colors are we seeing? You might say this is more on the realistic side because it's darker colors, less saturated. We have this black here, and I don't even think it's 100% black. Yeah, not 100% black. Let's grab this green here. You know, that green there. Darker greener, it's kind of a limey green, and it's down here. Yeah, see how it's more towards the left, towards the black, and not too highly saturated. Go ahead and grab this this purple here. How about that? That purple guy there, again, less saturated, more leaning towards the black. And you say muted colors is a saturated one? No. This is saturation. This is lightness and darkness. This is muting. This is, I would say, if a color went this way, I would say the color is muted. That's the feeling I get when I do the words. I'm trying to get better at terms. And Berserk, if you were a Pixelart game, Berserk if it was a Pixelart game. I see, yeah. I've heard good things about Berserk too. Where were we? This, yeah, darker, right? Darker, less saturated. So we have this purple here. And I always think it's fun to look at colors. Like, colors are just it's a topic you can never get tired of. Go ahead and go for, I'm trying to grab that orange. We'll just grab this orange. There we are. Now this is a highly saturated orange, but I think it's because of the fire. You can see, if I were to put it in the game, it'd probably be like maybe here and here, but that doesn't really look like orange, does it? But if I put it in this area, right, it feels like it goes together. You can't really see it that well, hold on. But using the ideas of the areas, right, this orange feels like it would go together, right, with these oranges, compared to if it were bright, but the brightness of this orange is contrasting against everything else. It's saying, hey, I'm a fire, very dangerous, very hot. So I think it works. And your hope it's after Deltarune, but with her tempo, it's gonna be a long playthrough. Oh boy, I'm so excited for Deltarune. We have this orange here, oops, wrong color. There we are. Like this guy here, yeah. We got this guy here, but the colors still feel like they fit well together, don't they? Let's go ahead for this not orange, this dark green, just colors. And you have an agreement with your cousin that before she turns 18 in 10 days and does the game muscle, she has to give me a 50 LPN. I'm confused on that one already. Let's go to here, Metal Slug. Now, I would kind of compare these two, right? They have a similar feel, more grimy, more on the realistic side of things. Go ahead and grab this blue here. Not as saturated. It's in the middle tones, but it's low in saturation. So it feels more realistic. That's the feel you're trying to go for. We have on here like this brown or this yellow, it seems. This is high in saturation, but also muted, so it doesn't give off it's more of a creamy color, less bright. If we go for this red, look at that red. It's like a bronzy type of red. Down here in that area, which we expected, but I was not expecting that saturation. That's a high oomph. If we go down here, let's see, what other colors do we have? This green here is pretty nice looking. We'll go to the green, you can see it's down here, which I expected because it's darker, right? And we have middle colors, yeah, less saturated. So just about the feel you're going for. A nice warm to cool transition from fire. Yeah, isn't it? Hold on. You make a very fair point. And dark and broody like Magnus. I feel like I've heard that before. I don't remember from where. And won't there be cowboy hats in chapter 3? So if so, I hope it's not a coincidence. That'd be very silly. And I think last up, we can skip Undertale since Undertale is more so some of the same stuff, but let's look at Shovel Knight now. Look at this guy. It is a punch in the face, isn't it? That's what I usually like to describe with saturation. When you look at Stardew Valley, oh, hold on. When I look at Stardew Valley, I feel like I'm getting hit with colors. When I look at Octopath Traveler, it feels calmer, it feels less punch. When you look at Shovel Knight, don't you feel that punch? Immediately when I look at it, I think it's saturation. When I look at Amori, I feel a little bit of punch, but it's softer. Not softer as that palette feel. When I look at something like Fields of Mistria, right? Not as much punch, a little bit there, but it's softer. So that's what whenever I use words to describe colors, that's how I like to see it. And repeat last statement, huh? Okay, could you elaborate a little bit, Zero? So we take some of these colors from here. We have this blue here, and that blue is saturation. I already knew it. Like, eventually, once you start looking at these colors more often, you'll be able to get that feel. That orange is saturated. Yeah, look at it, all the way up there. Punch. And let's see. Oh, I did read that. Good. All right, let's go ahead and grab this guy here, like the. Ooh, that's an interesting red for that guy down there. So let's go ahead and grab you here. Yeah. Oh, it's not even red. It's purple. Interesting. Oh, I do like me that type of purple. Again, high saturation. A nice warm tone. Oh, I did read that. And Shovel Knight is a visual ooh in the purest form. Oh yeah. Well, for the most part, for me at least, I like it when the colors are a little violet. When they just punch you a little bit. Again, high saturation, about medium in terms of. Oh, hold on. What was the word I used? Where are we at? Lightness, tint, shade, and value, right? Yeah, value. Okay. Gotta remember the wording. We have on here that purple. Let's see. And let's grab that brown. The brown could be nice to look at. Interestingly, that brown is pretty muted, which is, yeah, it's less saturated, right? It's more towards the black. Interesting. I say muted. Darker, there we are. That's the word I'm looking for. Interesting. Okay, well, there we go. We have no more like ugh. Like Terraria, I mean, that sound they make when they get hurt. And you're repeating it for Shovel Knight. Oh, I see. Good. Yeah, that transition, the feeling of light, that's a whole different topic, talking about how light affects objects and everything. But light plays a big part into color. You can see on here, right? His blue is white and yellow for showing off that it is the brightness. If you can understand light and color, you'll be good to go in most things. That's why the books I was suggesting earlier are talking about color and light, since they tend to go together. This is most games. I say we skip Undertale just because it's mostly kind of, again, just high saturation. But look at all these games. Look at these colors, right? Bright, more muted, more soft. Bright again. We have soft, warm, right? We have bright colors, bright colors, but again, softer. We have dark, hard colors here. We have lighter colors here, but still pretty dark. And then we have soft colors. You don't like pixel art. You prefer ultra-realistic physics based on lighting, RTX, and on atom rendering. I see, Toak. You're hardcore. True gamer. You really like the yellow barely at the top of the tree? Oh, hold on. This guy here, it's not even yellow, if that's what you mean. If you mean the orange, I think it's yellow. Oh, I think it's orange. Hold on. I say it's not even yellow, but let me double check. If it's just, yeah. That looks like an orange. When I look at it, I'm thinking orange, but you never know. Yeah, that's an orange. But it looks like yellow, doesn't it? Yeah, I really, lighting. Good lighting is beautiful. Okay. I believe that covers everything we have on this list here, which means now we get to design our palette. Now that we've talked about colors for the last almost 2 hours, apparently. What a surprise. I did not think I could talk about it for that long. But if we go over, and for those of you who plan on participating in the study, I will send over the like little guy there in the Discord. So just a reminder to people who would like to participate, and actually, muted colors means less saturation, less color, is a common term you may have trouble with if you talk to other artists or teammates. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, for saturation, I like to see it as a color strength. For light and lightness, I like the tint and shade or value. I like to see it as bright or dark. And color theory stuff is just fun tech. It is. You want a podcast? I could just talk about color all day. Well, a friendly reminder to those who are interested, we go back into the screen here. So we got soft, saturated, standard, muted, and realistic from what I got. Yeah. Just about, yeah. Different tones from different games. It gives off a different feel. And that's saturated, more childish, but more realistic. If you're going for like a realistic RPG, you have the more muted and realistic. So it's that thing of, depending on what you're going for, your colors can play a big part. Even if it's just black and white, changing the colors can big difference. Saying that, let me go ahead and click on this guy here, and where are we at in add stuff and things? Actually, you know what? We'll do the ads now. That way we won't be interrupted, things of that nature. So let me show you what I mean first, and then we'll do the ad break. That way it won't interrupt us. So let me go ahead and do this guy here. As you can see, if we here, what you can do is you are free and available to join the Discord. If you go up here, you can see up here for welcome. just joined was Andrew Yushka. You can join the Discord, and on the Discord, what you can do is navigate to welcome. From welcome, you'll scroll down, and you can see Pixelart Study with me. And there's the previous Pixelart studies we've done before. I usually try to link things when I can, and I like looking at the end of stream if anyone's participated in studies. So if you post here, you can see open and full post. If you post here, we'll look at it at the end of stream. These are the resources, these are things to look at. It's pinned, so you'll be able to see it. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put this art in it. This guy here. We're about to look at it, but this is the idea here, so you don't have to do too much studying now. Granted, it's a little scuffed looking because I did it in like an hour or so. I hope you like that artwork. And that's the artwork we're gonna use, we're gonna look at. And to join the Discord, if you're here, Lusk, would you mind, yeah, if you could, just link it in both, that'd be lovely. Saying that, let us go into Aseprite, and I'll go ahead and run that ad break of mine. Yep, that way it won't be interrupting since this is now the second part of the study. We finished the research phase. Let me go ahead and delete this guy here and save it. And yep, squash. Let me go ahead and actually, we can keep that color guy up there. I think that's fine to keep. Let's go ahead and do this guy here. Squishy. How cute. And thanks for the link. Thank you. I tell ya, lemonade, this thing's some sliced bread. I should probably drink water too, though. Can't run on lemonade forever, can I? Let me go ahead and open this guy here. Get some water. Alrighty. And, I'll save it for later, but I hope you're all enjoying this so far. Like I said, color is something I really want to master. There's different stuff for art, so different values and lighting. I guess we have some time, so I can kind of show it off. But speaking of Discordy things, I have been posting, and if I go into, where are we at? This guy here, where are we at? Here, okay. To get better at art, what I've been trying to do is do a lot of paint studies. It's a, what is it? Not a test, but experiment I'm doing. I think, or my theory is, my hypothesis is that pixel art is a lot like painting. If you are a good painter, you can become a good pixel artist. And all right, theory over. Now for practicals. Exactly. We'll start that in a second. What you can see here is, what I've been trying to do, at least possibly daily, is I've been trying to get better at painting. Looking at values, looking at colors, looking at brightness and darkness. And hydrate. Really making me hydrate, aren't you?
_16 just
thank you for that one. Check. More. I see. Hold on. Thanks for that one. Where were we? I go here, and the idea is that by studying how to draw different things, so you can see here, for example, color, right? I'm trying to study how color and light interacts with the objects. I'm trying to look at this here, this guy here, and you can see, right? It looks very different. And more!
Roddy3 just redeemed hydrate.
I have returned. Had to do something, sadly. No worries, Gus. No worries one bit. Thanks for coming back. I really do appreciate it. Let me get some more. My hope is more lemon. The hope is that by doing these studies, and I also do them on Discord, so I try to do them daily, but you can also join these studies as well. So if you want more studies offline and not on stream, that's there for you also. As I link it, and we discuss it, we talk about it, we chat about it. This is one person that also participates in the studies. You can see here, they're lemons. The idea is that by trying to get better painting, the hope is that I can better understand light and color, so that when I do my pixel art, I can get better at, okay, I know this color here usually is this thing for this shine. It just goes back to that thing of, the better you can understand color, the better your artwork will turn out. This is one of my favorites, just the orange underneath the goose. Attempts are made, and the ad breaks off, so let's get into things. And no, our lemon. And my best suggestion would be studying Warhammer miniature painting, shading and edge highlighting in particular. I have heard that before. Let me write that down so I don't forget it. Warhammer. M-I-N-I-A-T-U-R-E-P-A-I-N-T-I-N-G. Warhammer miniature painting. Thank you for that one. I will give it a try. Yes, yeah. Painting, I want to get better at painting, because painting can help in your colors and your values and your lights, and that's something I want to master. So if we go back to draw here, what I linked in the Discord, what you'll be able to find is, if I go ahead and just close this guy here, this guy. I made this little artwork in about, hold on, let me hide, or actually not hide you, but move you to about, yeah, you go up there. This guy was made in about like an hour and a half, so it's not, you know, the most detailed. What we're focusing on is the color, and the new music has been great so far. I'm glad you like it. I try to spice it up every once in a while, so I'm glad you're enjoying it. I feel like, you know, sometimes a little bit of spice in life is good. And you put a lot of time into your art, huh? Are you self-taught, or did you study art at some point? No, I'm self-taught. I struggle. I have been self-taught for a long time, but I get distracted, and when I get frustrated that I'm not learning enough, then I go back to not doing art. And recently, I say recently, but for like the past 2-ish years, maybe 2-ish, 3-ish years, I've been learning pixel art, because for me at least, pixel art feels like it's something I can improve at. Hence why I even though I'm still trying to do digital media and traditional stuff, pixel art seems to be the best medium for me. I feel like it's the one I really like and I want to learn. But welcome, by the way, Ironclad. Not the shroom, but the sad. I didn't even notice that. So what you can see here is this is a 16-tone color palette. And again, let me do this. Like I was saying, where I was interrupted, space here. This is a, what would you say this color palette is, huh? There's no hue shifting in this guy. That's when you move it. You can see this. These are the colors I used. I used high saturation. So it feels, when you look at it, right, highly saturated, very childish. And what we're going to do today is that we're going to try to make some palettes for this art piece. I tried to use all the colors I could. So we have some red up here, some orange, green, purple, blue, purple or pink, yellow. I tried to add all the colors. And how did you get the wheel on there? What you do, Zero, and you can't see it, hold on. What you do is you go to this guy here, and there's these different guys. Usually I use this one, the color tint shade. But for some purposes of this, we're going to try to do, well, I mean, it depends. Probably gonna do a swap back between this one and this one. This is the modern, oh, hold on. This is the modern color wheel. Yeah, modern color wheel. This one is the traditional color wheel. That's when the yellow is against the purple. And this one is when the yellow is against the blue. And by self-teaching, we don't need to bind ourselves to illusionary points. The chaos and Crayola vomit. Great job, Zero. Yeah. Vomit. It seems like terribly colored because saturation. And the thing is, it's like, you know, from a standpoint of just art, you know, it's not too bad looking. You know, I can say that. I'm pretty, the composition-wise, I'm pretty proud with it. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this guy and we're going to try to make a palette for it. We're going to try to change the colors and see if we can do something a little nicer than what the current look is. Let me go ahead and grab this guy here. Now, this is the original. This is 16 colors. My hope is to do 64 and under, but we'll see how that goes. I'm gonna go ahead and do new layer. I'm gonna go ahead and paste this guy here and move it over. So this is the original guy. Let me do this here. And the hope is that we'll change out the colors and see if we can get different feelings for the art. Since again, colors can give off different feelings. Zero says this is Crayola vomit. I can see it. I can see it indeed. So, where do we start? I'm gonna go ahead and move this guy here. We want red. We want all the colors, right? Our red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet too. What we can do, and that's one thing. For the palette, what's my goal? What's your goal? And let's get serious though. When are we teaming up on a game? You do the art, I criticize your art. Best team. Once my game's in a stable state, I tell you. I want to do more multi things for a lot of people. But don't you worry, Toak. Soon TM. Well, I say soon TM, but you know, at the rate my game's going, I'm not sure how fast it'll be. It's this tragic state. Let me make this just slide over just a bit more like there. Okay. Put you up a bit so you're visible like that. Okay. So, like I was saying about the colors, if we go back quickly to our color wheel, where are we at? This guy here, let me open it up and I'll also link it in the Discord for people who want the color wheel. Wrong place to link it up. Let me go back to color study here. Okay, I'll also put the color wheel in here for people who want it, who are curious about it. It'll let me. Gotta find it. Put it up here, and this is the color wheel I made, just a simple one. You wanna have the base from where I'm going. So we have our reds, our orange, all our other colors. I want to have the basic colors. I want to have my red, and actually we'll just do this. We'll do that. Yeah, do that color. Just do that. Okay. I want to have a red. I want to have a yellow. I want to have a blue there. I want a purple. I want a pink. So all the colors that we talked about, the green, I wanted green. I think that's all the colors, right? Orange is a color, black, white, gray, and brown. Those are the colors. And does dark have a meaning? Do you mean dark's name or black? Does black have a meaning? And I did read that, good. And super transparent layer. And can you shade the whole image with just transparent layer of brown? Sure. Do you mean this brown? Let's see. That's the thing, is that just different colors do different things, but I can certainly try, Zero. And have you heard of Smack Studio? Oh yeah. At some point, I want to learn the program. I want to learn Smack Studio and Pixel Composer. Those are the two I want to learn and see about getting better at. That's not too bad. You know what? This, compared to this, it's a small difference, but it makes a big difference. So like multiply there. Look at that. That's not too bad. Oh, multipacity, just lower the opacity a little bit. Right? Just small change. Set it up completely and just the normal. Yeah, made it softer, less here. Super transparent layer, just a little bit of brown in there. Yeah, that looks very nice, Zero. And dark means turn on the light. If you mean what does black mean, I can go quickly back into concepts and show ya. Black, yep. Black is usually associated with power and evil and mystery and death. You can think of it like the pirate flags that are black, crows are evil, but look evil, right? They're mysterious. And then you also have your black cats, which are usually associated with evil, and which is unfortunate because they're adorable. Let's go back into draw here. And let us start. Now, I want, and I say those colors, so let me actually, how can we do this? Let's just write out the names for the colors that we'll need. I think that might be a little bit easier to do. What colors are we trying to get? And no thanks, no worries. And could also do super orange or blue. Ooh, we can always try. I wanna set things up. I didn't set it up in the proper way I should have. So I'm gonna do this guy. And really quickly, the goal. We just wanna make sure we have the goals down for what we want the color palette to look like. So I want a red color, so I'll go ahead and just do red on here. Red, yep. We want a red color. We also want a, let me pull this up on the other screen so I can see it a little bit better. There we are. Nope. There we are. Oh, if it'll let me. Lovely, okay. So I wanna make sure we have our red. I wanna make sure we get a purple. Oh, there we are. Purple, I want a purple color. We'll go ahead and do P-U-R-P-L-E. I want a purple color. I want a, let's see, blue color. Oh, that's the wrong layer properties. So we'll just grab this blue here. We want a blue color, and some people have less colors in their color palette, but for me, I want a whole scale of rainbow and green. Green is not a creative color. Let's go over this green here. Green. There we are. Green. And then we also have yellow. Let's see. Yellow. Y-E-L-L-O-W. Yellow. Yellow. Undo that. Yellow. There we are. Yellow there. We also have orange. So orange. Here. O-R-A-N-G-E. Orange. We also have brown. Hold on. Brown on here, and there's the brown. Brown, B-R-O-W-N, and purple. Indeed, and black's also elegant. Yeah, black can also mean elegant or techno if combined with some neon. And hush, Iris, haven't you caused Bobby enough grief? What do you mean, huh? What's that supposed to mean? Bobby's in good care, thank you very much. You know, Bobby gets treated well. I don't know what you're on about. We have pink on here. There we go. Pink, and then we have gray and white, or black, gray, and white. Let's go ahead and do black, B-L-A-C-K, black. And we have gray, G-R-A-Y, E-G-R-A-Y. And look at those hugs he gets. Exactly, he is spoiled rotten. Exactly, and white. Is this color here? Okay, maybe H-I-D-E. And green is not creative, Bobby's not creative. Well, like I said, Bobby, his purpose here isn't to think. He's not the brains of the operations, he's the looks of the operation. That's Bobby's true purpose in life. I'm gonna go ahead and sprite and crop this guy. I'll save this guy here as colors, and then go ahead and export this to PNG, and then go ahead and do file, export as, and make sure it's the right export. Where we at? Finally, up in colors, export, save, export. That way we can just bring it into here for reference. Where we at? Pixelart study up, new layer, and there we go. Our colors that we need to do for our color ramps or color values. And let me also drag and drop this into the study for the Discord. There we are. Okay, I'll paste those in there. Now Lovely. So I'm thinking what I want to try to do is make this a more realistic color, I think. And I'm telling you, I'm telling Bob, you called him a dummy dumb. I'm not calling him dumb. He has skills, and being a big brain is just not one of them. And he's fine with that. Look at that face. That is a face meant for camera. That's the type of face he holds. And she can say such, here, sissy. I know it's a reference, but whatever. But I'm prohibited from sharing my opinion that he kind of looks like a turtle. Only the right opinion here, and you misspelled green. And gray can also mean stormy. Yep. I have no idea what you mean. Not one bit about him looking like a turtle. That is the least turtlest creature I've ever seen. Okay, so let's start off with the green, I think. I think the green. Usually when I do colors, I have a normal color, and then I have a light color, and then I have a dark color. If we're looking at this guy, you can kind of see here, right? I tend to find it a little bit difficult to choose color from this big wheel. That's why I tend to use this guy here. I think it's a little bit easier because you can see, right, this is your green, you're over to the left or the right. So that's the one I'll use both. I'll try to use both. And let me also see about making this guy bigger again. If we go back to here, there we are, lovely. And move you to about here. Hopefully it's a little bit bigger. I'm gonna move this guy down here. There you go. So you should hopefully be able to see the color place a little bit easier now. Misspelled green. What I want to do is I actually want to make this a warm. I want it to be warm and soft. That's the feeling I want to go for. And Bobby got the looks. Yeah, he looks in both directions. He's also gonna look out. And then what is the dark green part of his back supposed to be? Shading. That's the shading. That's his little back area. So what I'm gonna do is go over to yellow, since yellow is warm, right? A warm color. So maybe we'll do this green, right? It's a lot different than this green. You can see right away. And actually, hold on. Let me make sure that this is our names. Oh, hold on. Names, there we are. Names, names. Oh, that's not names. Yep, that's names, never mind. Yeah, I was right. Let's see, one. And then this is names. Okay, well, let's get started. And I did agree with that, good. Now, I think this is a pretty nice green. I'm also a fan of, again, warm colors are my favorite. I kind of like that green. There's also, if we keep going, right? There's this green here, I think is a nice green. And right now I'm just using a color, choosing to my heart's content. This area here, again, is that high saturation. So high saturation, and then low saturation, and then, or hold on. So like this, I think it might be like this, brightness, darkness. Lower the saturation. Is this guy? Yeah. I guess that's why you do that guy there. Now seeing why. This map is a little weird. Color spectrum, interesting. RGB. Oh, okay. Yeah, brightness, darkness, and then, yeah. Okay, so this is the saturation. And then this is the brightness and darkness. Gaia, okay. So usually we might do this one instead. This one might be a little bit easier to explain. I'm over here with the yellow. It's a little bit on the side, and that would be more pastel-y green. And shading with an outline. Okay, I get it. Peak art. Easy. And yellow's lovely. I like me a yellowish green, but I want this to feel earthy. And you might do like maybe a cool green, right? Maybe a darker green for down here. You don't want all that saturation, so you make it a little bit muted. And now it feels more like a leafy green, right? I think I like that green. So we have it here, typical green. And what I'm thinking is we have this green here, and then we have that green. Now, can you see how it goes very dark very quickly? I might do this guy here because it's going down there in the middle. Find up the saturation a little bit. That might be the color. Another thing you can do is take this guy here. I can go about 50% opacity. Grab that guy. 50% opacity. And that'll give us the middle tone of those guys. Just interesting. But I think I want to go with this green as my green base. And not me clicking on the screen and change color. What do you mean? And yellow's lovely. Yellow is lovely. What we'll do is we will start with this guy here. This will be our base green, since the overall area is green. And he got the face of a camera. And you could even say he has two if you count the... Exactly, now you're seeing it. You're seeing it all the way. We have on here, right, this yellow screen. Now, let's go ahead and make it darker so we go more towards the purple. So, yeah, purple. So we're going towards the right. Go down a little bit. Might lower. Now, some people like to increase their saturation when they go darker. So they might even do this. Some people like to decrease their saturation. Depends on the person. It could be this and the difference you want it to be. That might be the darker color. I go into here and you can see color mode. Not much of a difference, right, in terms of dark. Now that guy is darker. It's a little hard to tell because of the, hold on. if I can lasso, or if it'll let me lasso, there we are. This guy over here to make it a little bit easier to see. And I go back to color mode. All right, this is darker, kind of sort of darker. Let's see if we can make it a little bit darker. Possibly like that. I think that can work a little bit more. This is gonna be our normal green. This is going to be our dark green, and somebody once told me. This will be our normal green, and you're using Aseprite and clicked on the stream instead of you're drawing more times. You like, don't change the TV. We'll be right back. But I understand that. If you wanted a warm feeling, why don't you start with red? I'm doing green because that's kind of the base feel. A lot of the majority of the art on here is green. Since that's gonna be the big main color, that's why I'm choosing green. Red's kind of more of an accent, but because green's the biggest color, if not green, probably brown. Or I'm doing green just for the overall area. That's the base I'm feeling. We have on this guy, and actually, let me make you a little bit smaller. I think you're cuter. And this will be that color there. Oh, there we are. And the existence of a normal green implies the existence of emo, not adapted to socially awkward green. It's not a phase. Next up, we'll go more towards that yellow, right? We'll go yellow. We'll go up a little bit, maybe increase the saturation also. Again, hue shifting, right? Now, I think that's a little bit too bright. I'm gonna lower this down just a smidge. Maybe even more of a smidge, like here. And if we go to our color mode, right? That's bright, medium, dark. That's one of my favorites. Now, what we can see if we go into our back on here quickly to some of the palettes that we can look at. If I go into private browser and takes the yellow brick road. We quickly look up the color. One thing I like seeing when I look at color palettes is when they do this. Look at this, isn't this cute? I wanna do this. I wanna do some sort of light color, dark color, boxy feel to show off the three colors. You can see light, medium, dark. That's what we can do, I think. Light, medium, dark, and you can see light, medium, dark. So let's try to do that square. See where that gets us, 'cause I think it's always fun to do. Let's go into here, yep. Oh, look at that too. Dark here, this is 5 different colors. That's why it's 64. And paradoxically, there'll be the bright green, huh? And the existence of a normal green implies I did do that. And greens or gems? Gems from where do you mean? Let me go ahead though and go back into Aseprite. Now we have these 3 colors. All the colors. Let's see if we can figure out how they do the block guy there. I'm not quite sure. You know what? I'm just gonna Google it. Isometric Pixelart block. Isometric ISOMETRIC Pixelart PIXELART block. There we are. Taking the color and going whoop. Huh? What do you mean? No, I'm not too sure on that one. Let's see. It seems to go about here. And then like this might just do this. This might work here. And that is our oh, hold on. This is our normal color, so that would be actually our highlight. Then this guy would kind of go down here for this color here would be the dark color, and then this would be our other color, like this. Possibly something more like that is the range for our guys, and I'm gonna do it on here since it's a little bit easier to see. This is the start. And quab, like cube. Cube. just a little cube for now. We can clean this up later, but this is just the initial feel. So now that we have our green, let's do our brown, or What's next to our green? We have our yellow. So let's do yellow. Let's keep it going to the side. So off of this yellow, what can we do with this green? Maybe we can make it a little bit brighter in that intensity. Maybe we can kick it up a little bit so it's a little softer. And that could be a yellow. They look similar, don't they though? I always think it's interesting. Maybe a little bit darker. Maybe here. This could go, I think it could pass for a yellow though. Maybe we make it this here? Nah. And this is where I run into an issue of just color stuff. You can see this yellow here. Yeah. I'm so used to, I'm so used to using the other way around. Let's just quickly check. Color tinted shades, yeah. I would move this guy over here to yellow, like this, and then like that. And that gives you a yellow. There we are. More of a yellow. And yellow orange. Orang. Let's go ahead and move this guy down here. All right. So from here, we have our yellow. Yep. And the color rooms are always so neat, I think. We have this green, and we need a dark yellow and a bright yellow. What I'll do is I'll do the bright yellow here and the dark yellow here. We might go down a little bit here, and we might say, okay, right, when we're doing darker, you move towards your purples. In this case, it'd be better to move towards maybe Oof. Some people do like doing the cooler yellows here. I think darker is usually this way though, to the left a little bit down here. Possibly like that. And that's a dandelion yellow, the tastiest. I do like me a yellow. Possibly like this down here. And then if we do lighter, might be more so like this. Ooh, oh, that's a better yellow. That's the greatest yellow out there. It's a small change, but I like that type of yellow. It's the mustardy yellow. Okay, we go here, and that might be the darker yellow, you might say, but it looks green. But it looks green because we're going towards green. This is even greener for yellow, which is always interesting. But, usually darker yellows is down here, and then, yeah, darker. We're more the brownish tip, like that. There we are. And, so yellower? Yeah, yellower. Or yellow, orange, or orangea. Orange. Fired. Where's that from? Fired. It's from a really old movie. I can't remember which one. The lady, it's like a green room, and the lady, I think she wears pink, and her boss, the sanitizer man, he just, the cleanliness was his game. Let's go up here, possibly to like here, like that. And this might be our bright yellow. And so, wait a minute, is Eris the kid that can tell you what crayon tastes the best? Hi, by the way. Welcome back, Tim. And no, I'm not that kid. I'm not that guy, pal. Thankfully, I'm not a crayon taster. Now that's kind of our bright yellow, right? We kind of have our brown, not our browns, our yellows now. So we can go ahead and do this guy here for that guy, and that guy. That gives us a pretty nice yellow, I'd say. Now, cat in the hat. Yeah, cat in the hat. That's where it's from. Thank you for that one, Zero. Yeah. Oh, it's been so old and long ago. From here, we have our reds, right? So now let's choose a nice red. Like maybe out here. Let's go here. Maybe a bit of a darker red, like not too bright. I'm grabbing it from here. We're gonna go down here a little bit and over here. Oh, actually, orange is the next up on the market. Now this is a pretty orangey color, I can say that. And oh, that's your job. Let's see. We could even add up the saturation, but I think, oh, redo. There we are. I think this works. I like this. I like this orangey feel. A little bit darker even. What do you think? And should the color palette cover all the spectrum wheel? Yep. That's why we have all the words up here. I wanted to cover all of these colors, and that's about most of the colors on the spectrum wheel, right? We have red, purple, blue, green, yellow, orange. These are mostly all the colors. I don't think there's any colors that would be missing. You have your light green, dark green. Your brain is a steel vault for movie trivia, and nothing else. What I'm actually gonna do is I'm gonna take this guy here, and we're gonna do this later, but I'm just gonna make this the orange. This dark yellow is our orange. Dark yellow is now the orange. And from there, we have our even darker orange, so we'll go here, we'll go more towards our red, so something like this for maybe our darker orange, and then we have here our lighter orange. That might even be the lighter orange, that white there, but I think possibly, yeah, how about that? Let's see. So if I go ahead and just copy this guy again, copy, paste, this is our dark orange here, and then we have our regular orange, and then maybe light orange is this guy. It kind of looks like orange, doesn't it? I mean, in that context, using just those colors, I think could maybe make it feel orange. Maybe we can do this guy here. Possibly that could be the orange. There we go, something like that I think can work. So far, we're doing good on colors, right? Normal orange, light orange, dark orange. This is the dark yellow, light yellow, normal yellow. This is our, and brown is its contextualized orange. Yeah, yep, that orange. Good, lovely. Okay, and then we have our normal green, bright green, dark green. Alrighty, we're slowly checking these guys off. And actually, let me give a check mark. Let me do it this way. And those are the names. So let me go ahead and move this guy here. New layer, there we are. And that way I can just, great. So green is done, and actually let me do it this way. Green's checked out, yellow's checked out, orange is checked out. So it's a little bit easier to keep track. And cubes in the same color? What do you mean? Can you elaborate a little bit, Rudy? I don't get what you mean. And I'm cheating. I'm combining reds and oranges, white, reds and grays, purples and pinks. It's not cheating if you enjoy it. Hold on. It's not cheating if it is not against, if it is in legal boundaries. All right, I'm not a lawyer. And hi, Mario Potat. Welcome to stream. I don't want that to be taken out of context. That's why I said cheating is okay when it's allowed, but at that point it's not cheating. Oh boy. No, no, stay back. Oh boy. So from this, let's go ahead. Interesting first impression. Yeah. Of all times to come in. Why did it have to be that time? I think we sauce made a shirt where brown is basically a reverse orange. Until she talks about cow. Oh boy. I'm thinking maybe this can be our light brown, right? If we're gonna go a little bit of a darker brown, we go down there, more towards red. Maybe not as saturated, we bring that back a little bit. A little bit more. I don't want too saturated of a brown. Probably that for a brown, right? And mayo potato. Oh boy, what have I done? Let's go ahead and paste this guy here. And pretty average in these parts. No, not at all. Mayo is delicious, but I don't know about potatoes. It is a gambling if you have fun. I don't remember saying that. Nah. What we can do is, I think this is a nice brown for now. And then we need the light brown. Yeah, so this is our light brown. This is our medium brown. We need a dark brown. Possibly like this. Like this. Maybe let's saturate it a little bit like that for our dark brown. Possibly. And back in my day, when I picked my nickname, craziness wasn't at this level mayo potato. Your age is showing, Toak. Let's do here, here, and here. I'd say that's a pretty good brown, right? It has that browny feel, that brownish tone. It's a little warm, but that's okay. That's all right. I think that works out. Okay. So saying that, what's up next on the list? We have this guy here. Let's go ahead and try to transition. Oh, there we go. Let's do. Where can we go from here? We have our orange, so maybe our red can be next. This is orange, right? Let's move this towards red, all the way towards red, about here. Maybe move it up a little bit in the back. That does feel orange, truth be told. I get orange feels, and no. No to what? And wait till they see all the neck breaks? No. I have no idea what you're talking about. You'll be speaking to my lawyer. We have maybe a regular red on here. I can't tell you had an accident if your pants were... What? Yes equals yes, no equals yeah. No. Not one bit. Let's move it back here towards yellow, and I'm thinking, oh.
Mir_nom is now following.
Hold on, let me make sure I read that name right. Thank you, Mirinom. Thank you for the follow, and welcome to totally legitimate things that happen here and now. 100%. And I did read that, good. And I did read that, lovely. Okay. So maybe we make the red like this, right? Maybe this for our red, and he's my lawyer now. I paid him in bananas. Thankfully, it's not Bobby. Bobby does not take bananas. Not the heresy, and look, what are those words? Look what I got. And I needed something short like my real name, and Patat came from Final Fantasy Lalifles. Interesting, and the daughter of Thanos? No, I am not. We've talked about this before. We're moving towards purple, so I'm actually gonna go here towards a purple like that. I do like me a purple like this. And it's a monochromatic palette still a color palette? 100%, yes. Like those other sheets. I'm glad you asked those. And Erisa, no equals yeah. Look at this. If we go back in here, you might have heard of Game Boy before. If we quickly go into this guy just to show you. Color palettes come in all shapes and sizes. I like to do a full range of colors for my color palette, but if you look on here, right? Look at all these color palettes. Hold on, let me hide this guy. Look at all of these guys. One that people love to do is Game Boy, and it is a monochromatic one. It's all green, and that's the one people like, but it can be as little colors as you want, as many colors if you want. If I go here to palettes, you can see, let's see color amount, 2. Look at these 2-tone color palettes. They are color palettes. This is 1-bit pixel art where you only use 2 colors. It doesn't have to be many at all. You could do 4. 4 is another number that people like using. 4 is a big one. 2 is a big one. The next one up, I believe, is 8. And then from there, from 8, people like to have it as 16. 16 is another number that they like to do. From 16, it's usually 32, if they'll let me, yeah. 32. 32 is your next popular one. And it can go all the way up. 256. Interesting. Like I said, by all means, as long as it works within what you want, you can make a color palette as big or as small as you want. I tend to find that the less colors I use, the more I like. And oh, if you want, hold on. If you want to guess my age, I have said it back in my day. We didn't have computers. 30. I'm not gonna say a number. You know what? You're not getting that number out of me. Let's go back into here. And back in my day, we couldn't afford one. Folks don't have that wide that we got, and we can't present an example. And 24, and hi Beatus, welcome to stream. Welcome back. I hope you've been well. And great, finally a way of saving money on printing. Yeah, that was the thing. Back in the day, they didn't have many colors they could use because of savings. It's 64. 0. I don't think he's that old. Oh, wrong button. Let's zoom back in. Okay. So we have our red now, right? And for our red, let's go ahead and grab this guy here. So this would be our red, this guy, this would be our red at top, and this would be the red side. Look at that guy. I quite like it. If we go ahead and just check our, not cell properties, our color mode really quickly. Yeah, I try to also keep in mind contrast. You can see, right, bright, medium, dark, bright, medium, dark, bright, medium, dark, bright, medium, dark, bright, medium, dark. That's the way we do it. Back in my day, we had Vine. Oh, Vine is an old one. I do remember those days so long ago. And let's do line on here, line. And let's go ahead and do. What's this big guy here? Now we have red. And from red, we can go into purple or pink. Yeah, pink's next. Let's go ahead and just move these guys over just a smidge. And all I'm doing is I'm trying to take a light color, a medium color, and a dark color. These are the 3 colors I'm trying to keep in mind. Now we have the red here. That's just the feel. You can see, right? My palette so far is a lot of warm colors, warm tones. Now let's do purple. So this can already be our dark purple. We can go ahead and choose like a, well, not pink, right? Dark pink. That could be our dark pink. Or that could be actually our purple. But let's do pink first. I'm gonna go up here and maybe here, maybe here for pink. I think that's too saturated. We're gonna go probably here maybe. Now let's do purple. I wanna find a nice pink I like. I usually like the soft pinks, not the hot pinks. Hot pinks aren't usually my favorite. I think this can work for what we need. And let me go ahead and Eris is not small, the camera's just so far away. Exactly. My height is big, I assure you. And what if Eris is a mix of blue Smurf and red Smurf? Ah, how dare you! I'm 100% pure-blooded Eldritch Princess. Thank you very much. And looking at today's economy, and then I want an original Game Boy. I'd love to get a Game Boy at some point. I feel like that could be lovely. And I think this would be a good purple to have. And okay, saying that, let's go ahead and make this our pink. You can go for maybe a darker pink that's like this guy, and these guys are pretty close together. Might even do, that's the darker red. Yeah, no, we'll make this our dark pink. I think that can work, our dark pink. And then our light pink, so a softer one, move it more towards yellow. This might be it. I feel like that's a little bit too bright, so we'll bring it back down a little bit. Now it's doesn't it feel less saturated? It feels more muted. I'm gonna go back and the saturation is that way. So maybe let's do this instead, like this. No, that's too bright, so yeah. I'm gonna make it as soft as I can without lowering the saturation too much. Something like that could possibly work. Let's give it a test. And I picture Eris as a giant celestial being, like a really so yeah, yeah, you get the picture, Petey. This, like I said, this form isn't even my final form. This is just a form, but it's not my true form, all right? This is the one that I can be visible on camera at. Let me move this guy up here. So maybe for our pink, we have this guy here, we have this guy here, and we have this guy here. I think that can work for pink for now, right? And the duality of Eris's height. Giant, big, huge, strong. Now for our purple, yeah. Now do you think this should be our dark purple or our normal purple? And she slowly gets more and more chibi. I just get smaller as the days pass by. And if you want to limit your palette when making a game, hi Pernary Cat, welcome to stream. How many colors would you recommend starting with? I feel a little too many and you get it cluttered filming my art. That's what we're doing right now. What we're doing, or what at least I'm starting with at the moment, is if we look here, right? I like a color palette that has all the colors available. Some color palettes have an thank you for the subscription, Logan.
Just subscribe.
Thank you. And welcome to non-chaos, all right? We're very orderly and calm around here. But to answer your question, Pernary, the idea is that, right? When I look at colors, what I like is having a normal color, light color, dark color. And then you can see here, right, as I'm going along and as I'm branching, I'm mixing colors together. So for example, we have here this, what is an example I can use? This yellow, right? This highlight for our orange is this yellow. So that's 2 colors that get combined. What you do first is you find colors that you like together, and then you blend the colors together, or you merge them together. So for example, maybe in another universe, my light orange is more like Or like this, maybe more so like this. Right, maybe that's my light orange, but do you notice how these colors look pretty similar together? So in this case, you would make the colors merge together. So instead of having this as the light orange, the yellow becomes the light orange, because it's close enough that it wouldn't change the overall art if you're looking at it. And what if Bobby's a nuclear reactor? He's more dangerous than a nuclear reactor. And instructions unclear, I blew up my webcam. And Eris says she's strong, and yesterday she said she has to go to the gym because she has no strength. Again now, this form of mine, I have noodle arms. This one here. Alright? I'm strong in spirit. Strong in mind powers, alright? Physically, yeah. Saying that, we have our purple now. I'm thinking, should this be the light part of our purple? I think that can be the case. So we need a dark purple. We need like a deep purple. Probably like this. How about this, right? Maybe a deep purple like that. And strong in spirit, that is what a weakling would say. Huge willpower. Exactly. Glad you're all getting it. Let's do maybe this for our purple. And then we need a bright purple, right? Yeah, okay. So actually, I want the purple to be more around here for our purplish feels. Yeah, I like an elderberry purple. And the treasure was the arms we made along the way. The friends we made along the way. Maybe a purple like that, but I also like this purple. I'm a fan of that type of purple. So, you know, we're keeping it. This is just a feel. We're getting a feel. I want to try to see if we can do 3 palettes, but right now I just want high saturation, but not too saturated. So right now I'm just trying to go for warm colors. Warm, nice feeling colors. And she prefers wisdom to intellect and strength. Exactly. All my stats were dumped into wisdom. I have low intelligence, right? Low intelligence is memory. The wizards have to have good memories. If I were a D&D person, I would have low int stats for my memory. But wisdom is figuring out the world, how the world works. That's why druids have a lot of wisdom. So I'm more of a druid, more of a high wisdom, low int, low dex, low strength. What else is there? Int, strength, dex, charisma. You know, I think depending on the circumstance, my charisma can be pretty high. Oh boy. And it is forbidden in this channel to leave more than once. Banned. And see you soon, Rudy. Thanks for coming. And my fun for the petition that Princess Eris Ezra, first of her name, should become the only heir to the Eldritch throne. There can only be one. And it is me, I tell you. Only me. Always has been. Maybe like this? Ooh, how about this actually? What if we do, right? For our purple? Normal purple, light purple. Possibly. If anything, maybe this can be the light purple. No, definitely not. Maybe that pink can be our light purple. Like that, possibly. But this has to be a little bit more on the purple side, so more of a slide towards here, more of here. Possibly that's more purple-ish. So possibly instead, that type of purple. And then we need a darker purple, so we go down here, move more towards these areas here, and it might have like that sort of color for our purple. And I did do that, and no, click, the arms! The arms are very important. You gotta be strong. If you're not strong, what is there to life? Let's make this dark. Yeah, I think that works. And what about, better not. I think Paulus is petty here, pal, huh? Well, there's no politics in Eldritch Princeliness. There is only one, what is it called? Monarchy, and then I am the reign. I am the reign here. Something like this, and that. There we go. So I think this can work for purple. I think that works for our purple. Just Eris. Just Eris. Just Eris. Oh boy. And it's not kind of weird to be available to see all colors in the same frame? What do you mean? Could you elaborate a little bit, Dulce? Yeah, would you mind elaborating just a smidge? And I'm gonna drag this guy to here. Yeah, dark, light, normal. And this is a load of barnacles. Oh boy. We have our pink, right? Let's go ahead and grab this guy. And Eris feeds us to her dragons if we don't behave. And sometimes even when we behave. I don't need dragons, all right? I have a creature here whose consumption is endless, all right? Like I said, he's not the brains. He's just here. He's here for a great time and a fun time. Let's go ahead and do our blues next. Now, this would be your cool blues. That'd be a cool color. Instead, I want a warmer blue. These are your warmer blues. Warm blues, cool blues. And since I'm going for more of a warm type of palette, we don't go in this area. We're going in this area since this is warmer colors. It's cooler overall, but warmer. And always has been. I think that's called tyranny. Oh. No. You have no proof. So maybe here, oh, look at that green. Yeah, that's cool. cool green, but possibly here. Look at that blue. Maybe we can spice it up a little bit here for that. I think that could work for a regular blue, right? Maybe we have here for a lighter blue, so we're going back towards that. Here, a little bit too high on the saturation, so I'm gonna do possibly here for our light blue. Like this up here, and look at that black color destroying all the other colors. There can only be one. And you get both warmer and with yellow and red. Yeah, yellow and red is warm, but if I were to do this cool blue or the cool purple, that would be completely different, right? This purple is different than this purple. There are warm purples and cool purples. Goes back to that thing of warm versus cool, that's the thing I was talking about before. If we go back to quickly to concepts, just for a quick second, just so we can look about it, we can talk about it. If I go into, where's my concepts at? Oh, it's up there. 1 second. There we are. Now you can see. Now I can see. Is this, oh, it's a little cut off. Hold on. Let's make it a little bit bigger, like this, right? Just, yep, there you go. Oh, there we go. Lovely. If we go back to warm versus cool, when it leans more towards the yellow, so you have your warm purple, warm yellow, if this is like a, here. To make it cooler, you go towards purple. This is already purple. To make it warmer, you go towards yellow. So yellow equals warmer, cool equals colder, your purple. So this is cool. These are your cool colors down here. All of these guys are cool. So if I want a warmer blue, even though blue is a cool color, blue is cooler, but to make it warmer, we go towards the yellow. So we go in that direction. That's why I say warm blue, even though blue is cool. In comparison to this blue, this is a warm blue. That's the feel we go for. And, oh, I don't know. I see. Why do I have an answer to every color if it's hard to find all colors in the same place? I still don't get what you're saying, Dulce. And color wheels are an illusion. Truly. And Bobby's brain is so big it broke the scale and then the critical circle back into the bottom right. Exactly. And hold on, let me scroll up to see if I could find what you said. It's not kind of where to be available to see it all in the same frame. No, because you elaborate a little bit more, Dulce, and I'm trying to understand. And yeah, laser shot in one eye. What do you mean? Besides just half the eye, it can see a new color. Checkmate, artist. Oh boy. Let's go back into here. Let's go back into draw. Now, since this is our cool color, it's our cool blue, let's go ahead and make this warmer. So about here. Now this is more of a green, and we don't want green. This will be a warmer. It feels more on the green side, right? But not quite green. Might make this a little bit darker, possibly like this for our blue. So it still feels blue, right? And then we go a little bit darker, so a little bit cooler. So we go into this area here. Darker, going to the right because it's towards purple. And now we have our darker blue. But I'm gonna make it a little bit darker. So there's a little bit of comparison here. You can see dark green, dark blue. Yeah, hold on. Make this guy over here and this guy here. There we go. And if I'm actually looking here at our color mode, I think these two, yeah, they kind of look similar to our colors. Okay, so we have blue done. Lovely. And now we need our blacks, our grays, and our whites. That should be fun. For our blacks, I say we do a dark purple. I'm always a fan of dark purples. Now, usually when you do art, you don't want it to be all the way up here for white, all the way down here for black. Usually you want it just about that color. So this is still a purple. This is still a purple. They're dark purples, but they kind of feel black. Usually the black is the hardest color and it adds a little bit of roughness. So by just going a little bit above black, makes it nicer. And yeah, so maybe we can even do our green, right? But I'm going for purple because it's on that cooler side. So I might go for like a warmish color here. For our black, this could be our black purple. Yeah, our deepest, darkest black color. And that kind of looks like a mungus. You stay back! And black, gray, and white shouldn't exist on the art piece. Yeah, the solid colors of this. We could even do like this guy here, for the black. And then we have up here gray. Now for our gray, because we're sticking to that purple, maybe what we can do is have like here, yeah. Possibly, maybe around here for a gray. Maybe lighten this up just a smidge. Like that. Yeah. Gray's a little bit tricky. I think it always depends. Grays I usually see with blues. Usually this will be a gray. Possibly, you know, maybe we make a gray here, like this. It's a cool, on the cooler side of things, a little bit up here. Maybe that's our gray. It can maybe even be a little bit more like this. So now we have a gray, right? Not too harsh on the eyes. Now it's a gray. And for our white, maybe what we can have here is go this way. Maybe be a little bit warmer, so it's a creamy color. It's not completely white, right? That's not white. Oh, hold on. That's not white. What is white would be this. And it's just a small difference, but it's a difference nonetheless. Let me go ahead and grab this guy. Now let's see if we can make this the three musketeers. And what is Among Us? You stay back, I say. Don't ask those questions, Sec. You don't want the answer to them. Oh boy. Let me go ahead and yoink. Oh, never mind. Undo that guy here. Okay. And then go ahead and paste you here. There we are. Now, for our gray, we want a light gray, right? And that light gray would kind of fall into the white guy. Let's move him over here. Hold on. You need to be moved. There you are. Great. Something like that. And then this guy will be our light gray. So our light gray might be a little bit on this side here. And this will be the lighter white. So maybe around here. Actually, that's cooler. So we want to go warmer. It might be here for light gray. This might be our lighter gray. Not completely white. And that would be your darker white. And then our medium white. Yeah, about that. And then we need a dark gray. Go ahead down here. Move it more towards here. And this might be the dark gray that we get. Something like this. And we don't need we might need a darker purple down here. So possibly, since we're doing blues in our colors, maybe what we need is more so of a warmish green for these colors. Possibly. That purple, the blue, it could change. And I guess the funny being guy and our sloth. If you know about our relation, let me know. We've got the deets on Among Us. Alright. And saying that, I think we're all good on colors, right? We have, if I go ahead and just finish up the lines. And looking at this guy, right? Oh, hold on. Where are we at? Oh, that's not good. Hold on. Like this guy here. And looking at this too, I kind of feel like a tropical feel. That's the feel I get when I look at these guys. Here we are. Okay, names. Going through these guys here. And I wonder where you went, purple. Where are you there? And color, there's too much for your potato brain. The colors start to blend. It's nice when they blend though. I think it helps when they blend. It doesn't make it too painful. So we have on here our green, we have our yellow, we have our orange, we have our brown, we have our red, we have our pink. We need a black. So for our black one, might need darker tones. Let's see. Something that's black, if it was colored in black. This would be your dark color, or this would be the darkest color. Yeah, okay, so I'm thinking possibly we go for more of this guy here, possibly like this, or no, it needs to even be darker. Like that, possibly, like that. Yeah, and then maybe we kind of ramp it up just a smidge, move it over here. Well, that's green. Never mind. I think this is fine. This guy here, move it up a little bit, a smidge over to the warm side. Oh, hold on, like this. Bit here, light black, and then maybe, oh, hold on. This would be this guy here, possibly, but there's not much of a difference, and that's when the purples come into play. That's why. Let's take away some of that saturation, too. That can also help. See? It's always a thing of just trying things out and seeing how they feel. One of my favorite parts. Yeah, there we go. I think that works. And then a lighter black, so just a smidge lighter. Might be like this. There we go. That works. I think that's fine. So instead, we have this guy here. We have this guy here. And then we have this guy here for black. I think that fits. And in an hour, huh? Hold on. Oh, when does class start? Oh boy. Let me get some water. Easy. Okay. And then from there, generated presentation done easy. Let's see. Move this down here. And the palette's coming along. Nice. Thank you, Lusk. I'm having a lot of fun. So we have on here our white, right? Then we have on here our darker white. So that might be this guy here. Oh, this guy here. And then this guy here. But I'm actually thinking maybe it's this guy here for our normal, our highlighted white. And then for a darker, this guy, possibly like down here. Make him a little bit warmer. Like that there. Possibly that creamy color could be the white. Maybe more so along the lines of this for white. Possibly. Have that cream. We can come down a smidge. And maybe less saturated. Move it over a little bit here for that darker tone. Possibly we can do this for the less saturated white. Possibly. It doesn't blend quite well together, but that's okay. Always, again, that thing of just trial and erroring and see how things fit. Move that back a little bit. Move it up a little bit, like that. I see, okay. Go here, go down a little bit, and go left a little bit. There we are. Possibly like that could be the white block. And then I'll go ahead and put this here. And then we have our gray block. Let me go ahead and grab this guy here. So for gray, we have our dark. Actually, let me move this guy here. It'll make it a little bit easier to see. We have our dark, and that is not even where the dark one goes. Oops. I'm gonna move you actually down like this. There we go. Like that. Okay. So, actually, you know what? You go here. There we go. That way everyone feels like they're, Don't select that. Everyone feels like they're a little connected now and then. Lovely, okay. Now for our grays, this is the dark gray, this is the medium gray, and this is the light gray. There we go. I think that works out for our colors. And so much was done already, and there's still almost an hour and a half left. Like I said, I wasn't sure if we can do 3 palettes, if 3 palettes was gonna be too much or too little. I never know with these things, but I'm glad it's working out. I think 2 hours of explaining definitely helped with the time padding, but I think this is good. I think for now, this is a good palette. You can see, right? Now, are there any colors we can merge together? And she's a creature. I do appreciate it, Tusk. This is the one time where I feel like I actually know about the topic. And I do that, good. Okay, are there any colors we can combine? I'd say not quite. Colors that are, maybe this color and this color you could say are similar enough. For example, maybe what I can do is, oh, I think they're already there, but this color and this color, possibly not too similar. Right now, this color palette is, oh, I don't know how many colors this is. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's gotta be a way to count it. I just don't know how to count it. Is there a way to check number count? Color count. Aseprite, color count. Color count. Your palette can contain automatic pixel counting by color? Is that possible? Let's see. You could use to create palette from current sprite and count the swatches of the palette in the window. Yeah, that might be a little bit better. What I'm gonna do is copy this, make a new palette really quickly. So new guy here, just yeah, that guy there. And 25, is that the number? Is it 25? Doesn't feel like 25. And the gray's too gray compared to the white. That is not white, and the black's not black. Yeah, it's not supposed to be black. It's not supposed to be hard black. It's supposed to be a warm color palette. And feel like that's the topic you're finally getting the hang of. Thanks indeed, Eris. I'm glad I'm helping, chat, truly. They make new palette from sprite. New palette. I think it's 24. Let's see, I believe I can do this to make it a little bit easier to count. See? Yeah, there we are. Lovely. Okay. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 27. I think that's 27. Oh, you can't see what I'm counting. Hold on. I believe, right? One more time. Yeah. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 22, 20, 26, 27. Right? 27? Yep, now you can say it. I believe that's 27 in numbers. If I count it correctly. Sometimes I don't do that. So you can tell me. But I believe that's the number. 27 is the final count, which is interesting. Let's go ahead and not save this guy here. I can go ahead and close this guy here too. I don't need this guy right now, but yeah, okay. My hope was to make a warmish color palette, right? Warm, that's why instead of using a purple like this, or dark purple, where it's cooler, I went with warm colors. That's why the black's not black. And please, Eris, give me mod. I like that sword icon. I promise I want to ban Lusk 100%. I promise. I forget who says it like that, but oh boy. So now with our color palette, let's go ahead and copy this guy. Well, copy both of them, really. Let's go ahead and save it here. Now, our version 1, this guy here. Now that we have our color palette complete, go ahead and try to apply it to the piece. We have this guy here. Let me zoom out a little bit here and go ahead and see this layer here. This is palette 1, P-A-L-E-T, palette 1. And I'll go ahead and make a version here, yep, and paste here. All right, so with these colors, let's go ahead and try to fill this palette in. Step 1 would be, let me make sure it's aligned. Oh, let me just, yeah, there we go, lovely. And let me zoom in about here, I think, or zoom out. This should probably be a little bit better. Probably make this a little smaller, nah, like that. Okay, I think that works. Just a little smaller on the side there. Well, I'm in the way a little bit. Now, saying that, that's as convincing as her elevator pitches. Huh? My elevator pitches are very convincing, thank you very much. So what I'm gonna do is turn on continuous here, which just makes it so any color that's used is changed to a different color. So you can see it uses both, right? Both the blacks get chosen, but if it's just continuous is checked, then it's only one. I like that part of Aseprite. We have that black there, right? Now for our blues, we have this really dark blue. I don't think it's a light blue. So this would be our dark blue. This would be our light blue. This would be this pinky color. So we have our dark pink and light pink. So we can go ahead and do dark pink. We can go ahead and do our light pink. So something like this possibly. I think this might work out a little bit better though. Oh, hold on. I'm just realizing now. Before we do that, let's go ahead and maybe perhaps do this new layer. There we go. Okay, where was I? This layer. Okay, we have the dark guy here. We have our blue, so our dark blue. we have our normal blue like this, and then we have our dark pink here, light pink doll. And I don't know, I don't think I like that too much. I think I like this possibly a little bit better. Possibly. I'm not too sure how I'm feeling about that pink anymore, but again, trial and error, we can see. And saying that, let's go ahead. Now, this is the greens we were looking at. So this is our normal tone green, that's this guy here. This is our light green, that's that guy there. And our darker green, that's this guy here. Now for our wood, this is our regular tone wood. This is our dark tone on the wood here. Now we have our purples in the background, so that purple now gets changed to be this dark purple, and then this lighter purple, that's there. Now for our reds, we have that dark red that we have here, so this is the dark red. Go ahead and fill that color in. We have our light red and our medium red, so maybe this color here, but I think this possibly fits a little bit better. And trust the process. Ah, yes, it's all coming together. And that's one of the least blue looking blues, but it's darn pretty. I do appreciate it. I mean, it's the context of the piece. It always feels like context plays a big part. Now, for that duck, it's supposed to be yellow. We have this yellow color here, possibly. And then the outline, so, I mean, yeah, let's go with this yellow, the yellow we have. This yellow here, and then we have the dark yellow for the outline. This guy here, yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about that. Possibly that for the outline. That feels better. So instead, our yellow here. Oh, that is that yellow. I didn't realize that. Okay, yeah, lovely. And then we have our orange. So for our orange, oh, no, never mind. That is not the dark for the yellow. Interesting, okay. So for our orange, we have, right here, right? For our orangey guy. Yeah, that's orange. Oh, hold on. Orange. And then we have our dark orange. So our dark orange is this guy here. It would be, oh, it'll let me. I don't know why it's not letting me do the brush. Let's see. Oh, never mind. It's doing like an eraser brush, which is really weird. Isn't it? And you love how changing some colors makes the others pop out more? Yeah, I think it's pretty. I'm always a fan of just colors. And try making the darker blue and a standard blue? What do you mean, Zero? Can you elaborate a little bit? And I'm trying to figure out why my brush is in eraser mode. It mask? Is that it? Huh. Weird. Very odd. Maybe I did that. Yeah. That's what I did. Makes sense. Okay. Where was I? The dark orange. The dark orange here. Regular orange. This was dark orange. Eh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, okay. So you are now just dark orange. You don't need to be... Oh, hold on. There you go. Just dark orange. There you are. Oh, hold on. Like that and that. There you go. And then for our pink, maybe you should be more of this pink. Nope. That's too much pink, and I do read that. Good. Make the dark blue into primary blue? You mean this, or something else? For this yellow here, we have this orangey guy here. Possibly like that one, what do you think? I quite like that. I think that looks a little bit better. But I think the dark one works about better. Like this could be fine. And then we have on here our reds, and I think that red's already changed. This is supposed to be orange. That orange, yeah. This might be a little bit better. Interesting. Okay. We also have here our whites, so we can go ahead and go to this white guy here. And then we can make sure the black is this black here. So that's that outline. And I think that's all the colors. Oh, hold on. The yellow brick road needs to be changed. And what is it, the current color currently? Is this any of the colors we have up here? No, it's not. Okay. We'll go ahead and make this the creamy color here. We can go ahead and add some light grays from the row here. I think not light, maybe a little bit darker. Something like that, but I don't quite like those speckles there. Possibly instead what we can do is maybe a little bit of the tan colors here. Yeah, like that. And then maybe a little bit of this orangey could work a little bit better, so possibly like that instead. Yeah. And hey YouTube guys, we don't tolerate greenish blue hate around these parts. We don't tolerate your kind around these parts. I reckon. Oh boy. I like warm colors, like I said. It's again, the thing of trying things out and seeing how they feel. Let's see. Is there anything I'm missing here? I don't believe so. I think that's the outline, Yep. Any colors I'm missing? I don't believe so. Possibly. We have this orange here for the road. We have all these guys, the dark colors for those areas there. Yep. Let me get some water. Not water, lemonade. Lemonade! Tasty. Okay. So saying all of that, I believe that is all the colors changed. And changing the white on the flower might make the gray look nice. Changing the white on the flower? What do you mean? This flower here? There's no white flower. Or do you mean like making it a creamy flower instead. So possibly doing like this here and then like this here. Oh, that won't work. Like this. Well, that's that color, right? Yeah. You think the lighter part looks good? The darker blue needs more blue? Possibly. That's the thing. It's like definitely a trial and error thing. Like that, do you mean? I think in context it looks blue though. Alrighty. Saying all of that, this is the updated look of this piece. Oh, never mind. Did I don't think I did everything. Hold on. These gray guys need to be changed. Their shading is off. Their cheeks are pink. That is true. We have this guy here for the normal color of the white tone. Yep, that's true. We have their dark, angry eyes. There we go. Well, that's that. Oh, yeah, we didn't. Okay, continuous back on. Let's go ahead and change these grays up, update these, well, the black. The black kind can feel gray depending on where you look. This can be a gray if you really think about it, but I want this white shading to be more of that grayish tone. So something like this, yeah. That guy there, but you can see it's not really easy to tell, right? So maybe, ooh, that's menacing, isn't it? And changing the white on that flower to gray might make it look nice. Do you mean this? Or can you elaborate a little bit? I'm confused on what you mean, Check. But I think this is it. I think that's all the colors here. And the nice part is, if we wanted to, we could even add more parts here. I think the edges are usually one color, so maybe something like that could add some more vibrancy to the piece, but I try to keep it as simple as possible. So, the other flower. What flower? There's only one flower. There's a flower, there's a mushroom here. Do you mean, yeah, flower, mushroom, plant, heart, plant, duck. I needed more yellow or yellowy orange. That was the hope. And that's a little heart, yeah. A little heart there, yep. A little sideways heart that hasn't been added, and yeah. It's been a fun stream, catch you later. Thank you for coming, Logan. I hope you had a fun time, truly. Always fun seeing your name around here, keeping me chat for a bit. So, now that we have our palette created, right, compared to the first one, what is your opinion from where we started to where we finished? What do you think, right? Making that palette made a big difference to the piece, didn't it? I haven't seen it the first try, so this is, wow, it really made a difference, right? All right, it's just changing and also hue shifting changed the feel of it entirely. And that's what I really like about color, is that different contexts, different things, and such pretty thank you. Yeah, I was looking at this and I'm thinking to myself, it feels like it looks nice, but those colors, they're in your face. This is supposed to look, now at fire. Flames, fire everywhere. Oh boy, let me get some more money. Alrighty, now that we have a warm palette, let's try to make a more realistic palette, more cooler in tones and more muted. More muted, more realistic-y sort of feel. So this is 16. Let me go ahead and, alright, my purple Friedel smelling princess, no. I got a bounce. Thanks for stream. I couldn't pay too much attention to stream, but it's fun as always. Thank you for also coming, Dark. I hope you have a lovely day. And just a reminder, I smell not like Fritos. I can't even think of a worse scent to smell like. How dare they? How dare they indeed? Oh boy. Let's see. Okay. So I'm gonna grab these boyos here and move them up just so we can keep track of them. Oh, never mind. It does not want to be moved up. This is our version. This is palette 1. There we are. Okay. Right, yeah, okay. Here we go. This is palette 1. And I believe it was 27, right? That was the number count for this guy here. 27. And later. You don't think people... You don't take kindly to people who don't take kindly. Around these parts. Let me go ahead and make this 27. This is 27 in numbers. And let me go ahead and move it here. I think we have enough space. You do not have enough space. Not enough at all. Okay, hold on. How can we do this? You know what? Just believe. It totally fits on there. But just look at the variation in colors, right? These are the flat colors, high saturation. I can't get over that. And then just warm colors change the feel. And hey, Panda Bear. Oh boy. Now let's try again. See if we have enough time to do another one of these. I'm gonna bring this down here. And I'm gonna call this one on the more realistic side. This is base. This is warm colors. Let's try to do more on the side of muted plus muted is in less brightness, but also less saturation. Muted plus less bright. Yeah, muted plus bright, I think. Bright. There we are. But I would need to include a lot of shades of red and pink. Oh, hold on. Imagine. Oh, hold on. Okay. Imagine that I draw an image that tries to evoke one single emotion, anger. I would need to include a lot of shades of red and black on my color palette. Yeah, but why should I consider the rest of the color spectrum if they evoke distracting emotions? Well, that's the thing. It's like, you don't have to have a lot of colors in your color palette. Like, I forget if it was you, but you could have 2. You could only do 2 colors. You do 4 colors. And it depends on what you want. Red is anger, yeah, but maybe you complement it with like a green, because I think green is the complementary color of red. Maybe do some, maybe some reds, or maybe also add some pink in there. There's different ways you can complement that red, but still make red shine. Make red the main character of the art. And I did read that. Good. And emotional manipulation, go! Oh boy. And you did your color palette, they are all white. The game happens inside a bulb. Wouldn't it be, well, color light also can be cool and warm, right? Your warm lights are cool lights when you are in a room. And it's not better than to make a color palette around a single theme instead of considering? Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I'm only doing this as an exercise. I feel like I could use this if I needed to. I can bring you back to, where are we at? Here, this guy here. These are some of the color palettes I really enjoy. I've been enjoying this one here, and you can see, right, all the colors you could possibly ever need in a situation. My #1 favorite is this one, and you can see 64 colors. Probably all the colors you could ever need. You have your greens, you have your dark greens, your cool greens, your dark blues, your warm blues, your purples, your pinks. This would cover any basis. But then you look at something like this, hold on. Something like this, and it doesn't use all the colors, right? It doesn't need to. It doesn't need to have all the colors if you don't want it to. It's just color. It is what you want it to be. And color can be different depending on the context. That's what makes it really fun. If we go to here, let's see if we can find one really quickly. Palettes. Just go to here. Let's see. Looking for one to see if I can find what I mean in terms of context. Like the 8 palette. Pico 8, I think, is one that is used. Might have to find that one instead. Let's see. Here, the pinks, yellows, greens. This one's pretty monochromatic. You can see, right? Green, different variations of green, greenish blue. I do find that one pretty nice, pretty sweet. This guy here, look at this one. Kind of have, oh, if it'll let me, rectrolau, but green, blue, brown. That's all they need. They can draw a potato, they can draw a, let me zoom in a little bit. You have a tomato up here, you have a diamond. In the certain context, that's all the colors they need, only 8. And it's the thing of, what are you trying to do with your art? And what's the purpose of it? And
Cloud Rush is now following.
Hold on, what was the name, Cloud Rush? Cloud Rush, thank you for the follow, and welcome to stream. Welcome to colors, my favorite subject. And you're just gonna make a game and have a really touching moment, but all the colors on the screen will make the player feel anxious and scared. That is something that you can do. Once you know the meaning of things, you can mess around with the meaning. It's like, people are gonna expect something out of something, but if you just twist it, it's a plot twist. You can twist. I'm eating white sausage, drinking adult soda, and watching Eris on a Sunday evening right before a week off.
Mayo_potat is now following.
Thank you, Mayo Potat. Or Mayo Potato. Welcome. And sadly, I have to go. Good luck with making this second palette as pretty as you possibly can. No worries, Jack. Thanks for stopping by. I hope your food's delicious. And oh man, I'm definitely ready for food. And adults of soda. Peak meal exercise. Oh boy. And thank you for your answers. No worries, Dulce. I hope I was helpful. Again, that's the thing of, I'm learning a lot, and I'm still very much a beginner, so no clue. And ads are about to start, so let me go ahead and just let it do it now. That'll be easier than having it interrupt us in 47 seconds. And let me go ahead and dismiss this guy. Where are we at? If your game is about a single emotion, you still want to have conflicting emotions. Yeah, to the emotion to make it more interesting. Yeah, it would make it more pop out. That's where the contrasting or the complementary colors would come into play. But monotone is a pretty color palette. I think I remember doing it. Let me see if I can find it on Twitter. Where are we at? While we're waiting. Let me see if I go to my Twitter. There was one time I did a monochromatic piece of red for like a crime scene type of thing. It was a while back. I did it for a Pixelart of the day. Yeah, good old classic ad break while we're waiting, and bam, shock chinchilla. You're gonna make a game and have, oh, I see, yeah, shock chinchilla for the weaklings. They're contributing members of society, right, Telak? They help out when they can, and that's, you know, their presence merely is more than enough. Let me see if I can find what I'm looking for. Alrighty, this is so far down. It really has been a second since I've done a lot of pixel art, it seems like. Alright, scroll down more. Even more. Oh, I found it. Look at this. Take a gander at this one piece I did a while ago. Well, I say a while back. This was done 2 years ago. December 30, 2023. That says the art piece. And this is monochromatic. Look at the seriousness of this tone and feel. Hold on, I gotta pull you to the screen. Let me go to where we at? We need to bring you to concepts. Take a look. Great. This is monochromatic. It is all red, the different variations of red, and it gives it a very dramatic feeling, doesn't it, right? What happened on the night of 1987, the bite of 1985, 32, 64, right? It makes it feel strong. That's that strong feeling. It's all red, but I got a little car here, a person here, a Christmas tree to say, hey, something happened on Christmas with a car. And it's supposed to be dramatic, and it's a color palette, and it's all red, but it gets the point across. I might even say that this tree looks great in this context, and it's fine to be a weakling. I'm not saying it pejoratively. Mayo potato, now I want to make myself tomato salad. Oh boy. And hi Dash the guy, welcome. Hello there. Hello there. Hi. Sounds like Timmy. The ad break should be almost over. Let me go ahead and, you know, I'll keep it here. And if we go back to the red meanings, I think that's why I did red. Again, it's that thing of usually intuitively, you know what colors mean. It's passion, energy, rage, danger, right? You started her up. And wouldn't you say this gives off a feeling of trauma and passion and, what did we say, danger, right? It feels like a crime scene. That was the feeling I was going for with in the background, foreground. That was the feeling. And that, I think I did complete it. I think I did my part. And let me see, the theme was for this guy, photo. Yeah, the theme was photo, and I did a dramatic photo. And for doing pixel art, how much dedicated wham do you recommend? Depends on where you can install it at. And red is also love. Yep, that's where the passion comes into play. I think that's why, yeah, this is passion? Yeah, passion. And, yeah, those meanings are all negative. And blood ties, passion can be pretty. And that reminds me of an intro to a horror movie. Yeah, see? It's got that crime scene-y feel. Alrighty, but since the ad break is over, let's get back into things, shall we? Go back into draw. So now the goal is to make not a warm palette. That's what this guy is. That's our warm palette. Oh, warm, and let me also put this guy here. Yeah, okay. Warm palette, and this is our, let's see, our warm guy, yeah, and then our muted, right? Yep, this is our, I said the names all wrong, hold on. Names, that's for names. This is the line, we don't need the line anymore, rather, you can just delete this, there we are. And then our palette, yeah, there we are. This is palette 1, and since we moved it over there, I'll just keep it there. And then this is line, and then this is base. Yeah, okay. And you're going to be muted, yeah, that's muted. Muted. No, it's not muted. Muted plus, not warm, but muted plus cool, I guess is the best way to explain it. We'll see. Muted plus cool, possibly. And I did read that. Good. Okay. Muted plus cool, and then let's go ahead and do our palette too. New layer here, and P-A-L-E-T-T-E. Palette 2. And muted. Demoted. Let me slide this guy over here again. And let's give it a go. So, like what I did last time, I'm gonna start with green. I thought Eric was muting me. Huh? What do you mean, Petey? Who's Eric? I'm curious about that one. So, let's see. And suggestion, pick a random subscriber profile picture and turn it into an emotion in pixel. Huh? It's gonna be quite the challenge if you actually do it. But I can always say, oh, I see. I see. Oh boy. Hold on, I forgot something. I'll be right back. We're all good to go. Oh boy. I forgot I needed to grab something. We're all good. We're all good to go. Okay. Where were we? Colors. Let's see. Green. Now, muted greens, right? And, oh, okay. We're moving things, but don't leave left forward, huh? Favorite name, guy name, since it's so close. Eric. I mean, Ezra's a male name, so I guess it would be Eric Ezra. As Ezra can't be a male name. Alright, this is high saturation. We were busy with colors. I just started glitching. Eric Ezreal. Oh boy, Ezreal. Well, since we're doing muted colors, right? We're going to do this area over here. We're going to be on the more realistic side of things. Possibly. How about this color? It's a little hard to see with the area, so we'll do it here. What about this for our green instead? It's more of a muted green. Oh, there we are. More of a muted green. We can even make it a little bit of a cooler green. Or, I say cooler green, but it's not even, not very cool. Hold on. Like, yeah, like this. Let's do this guy here. Now, if we do brighter green, again, it's gonna move to the left a little bit and maybe a little saturated. Now that does look a little darker, so possibly instead, we're gonna go up and then we're gonna go to the left a little bit. Like that. I think that can work. And I like green. I do too. Green's a nice color, if you couldn't tell. I do like green. I like all the colors though. Colors are my favorite thing. And then to go cooler, you need to go down a little bit and to the right a smidge. And that might be our other color we go for. Maybe down a smidge more. And this can be our dark green, our medium green, our light green. I think that works out. And if we quickly check our color values, we just want to see, yeah, they have enough difference. I think that works out. We can go ahead and save here. 3. From green, let's go ahead and do blue since we're here. And let's make it more realistic, meets colors. That's a bleak outlook on life there. Life isn't usually very vibrant, it seems like. Or at least from what I've seen. These are also cool greens. This is not, the greens aren't up here, they're cooler. Usually cool, less brightness. Saying that, let me go ahead and do. Let's move towards the blue, right? Blue, maybe, or actually blue, right? Cool blue, so we're going towards all the way over there. Possibly might do like this here for a blue. Might need lighter blue. Possibly like that for a light blue. What do you think? And I did do that, good. Okay. Maybe what we can do is do something like this for our blue. I think that can work for blue. Then we do darker blue. It might be like this guy here. All right. Possibly that could also go work for gray as well. And touch grass. What do you mean? There's no grass to be touched here. Not at all. Go left a little bit towards the warmer. This might be our light blue. Like that. And, oh, if you draw grass and touch your screen, you technically touching grass. Easy. You make a very fair point. Very fair indeed. Might make this down a little bit more so it's not as poppy, but I think that's fine. Maybe we can add a little bit more blue on the sky. Just a smidge more blue. And I did do that, good. Oh no, actually, that is going to be my next streamer name when I start streaming next month. Eric Ezreal. Sounds like an alternate ego. Actually, let's go ahead and cross out our blue, cross out our green. Now let's see, what else? What other color can we go from here? I don't think there's any colors we can, we can do purple. I think purple, right next to blue, right? Let me go ahead and do palette 2. We can also lock this palette just in case. Now we're going to purples. Probably be like a dark purple here. Possibly that could be our purple for our dark purple or a normal purple. Go back up here. We go into our cooler, so we want to go possibly lighter here. Maybe that's our purple, our light purple, our dark purple. And I'm also realizing I forgot to have the boxes. Let me go ahead and grab that palette. Grab the boxes. So grab this guy here. Just a simple box grab and learning ultra realistic graphics. That's the thing. The thing is, I like bright colors. I like saturation. So this is, for me, this is weird. I'm weirded out. This is as weird as it gets. It's so crazy. And nothing like going outside and touching a fresh patch of purple grass. In some places it's purple grass, all right? You just gotta look, you're just not looking in the right place, surely. We have on here our green, right? We have, and let me slide this over. There we go. Hold on. Do it that way. There we go. Yeah, there you are. Okay. And then we have on here our light blue. Oh, hold on. No more continuous. Light blue, normal blue, dark blue. And then for our purple, we can go ahead and do normal or dark purple, normal purple, and then a light purple, possibly like this. Yeah, that can work. That's possibly a thing that can happen. Now, is there a way we can make this a little bit pinker? Possibly like this, maybe here, a little bit on the pink side, possibly like that. And that way, be a little less saturated. No, that's fine. And that way we can transition into pink, right? Because it's pink, or it's purple, then pink, then red. I wanted to use this so we can maybe make this our bright pink. Maybe we can do something more like this. A lot of jingling of the keys. Here, possibly. Maybe that can work. And this is a light pink, so maybe we sort of more so up here. That. Oh, it might be a little bit too on the bright side. I feel like it is. This is light purple. That is also light pink. Maybe this is pink, right? Maybe this is pink. Let me just do this guy for now. Maybe this is regular pink. This is dark pink. And then we have light pink. So this would be possibly like this. And then we move this guy up here. Maybe like this. Now it's our pinks. But it looks pretty muted, I'd say. So maybe we drag these guys over a little bit so it's more pink. You get that pinky feel. But I think it's fine. It kind of feels like light and purple. And yes, key spamming, music to my ears. And Eric Azriel. Wait a minute. And is that a Minecraft dirt block? Ah, yes, keep spamming music to my ears. You never know in this day and age. Okay, maybe slide this guy along here. I kind of like that a little better. I like this as our pink a little bit more. That would be this guy here. And then this guy is our dark. Yeah, and then this guy's the light guy. So this is the light pink, right? Then it might be up here. This guy up here a little bit. Possibly that's the light pink. Yeah, okay. And then our dark pink, I'm not sure about the purple. What I mean? It doesn't look too bad if I had to say anything. Go back to sprite here, color mode. Not too much of a difference. Yeah, okay. Possibly make this a little bit darker, just so we have contrast. I am a more contrasty person. Possibly what we can do is do like this, so it's grayscale. Yeah, this might work out a little bit better, like that. That might be better. You gonna chill with your spamming? Okay, actually, well, let's try. Oh, I thought you meant me spamming with my keyboard. I thought that's what you were referring to. But I do appreciate it. And is realistic emotion? Yeah, realism. For example, cartooniness brings out fun and exciting and hyper and energy. So that realistic would be the opposite of that. Realistic well, for me, realistic's pretty boring. That's the feeling I get, which is fine. If you like realism, I am glad you do. It's that thing of, what do you feel? Realistic seems grounded. Maybe that's a better word for it. It feels grounded. It's realistic. It seems like it's plausible. I like fantasy and sparkles. And so I am more on the saturated side. And by the way, if you get the chance, check out the Pixelart for the Jurassic Park SNES games. Horrible game, but great Pixelart. Let's see, Jurassic SNES. Jurassic SNES. I will put that there, and I'll give it a look. Let me go back to this guy here. Okay. So where were we? We have on here our, let me grab this guy. Now we have our pink, we have our purple. Let's grab our red now. So this guy here, this feels like it could possibly be a red. Let's go back to our palette too. I'm gonna go ahead and copy you, move you down here. Now for our red, we're gonna need to go this way. And I think it's just about red that these colors possibly blend together, right? Maybe that can be bright red, possibly. But if we're doing more red, possibly more like this here. Oh, that feels brown, doesn't it? You always wanted to be a VTuber, but being a yellow block with sticker arms. There's a lot you can do. If you believe, I believe it, you can do it. If you believe hard enough, you can be anything you want sometimes. Maybe this is our red. I feel like that would be a good red because it's not brown. That felt too brown, the other one. Then maybe we go down here, a little less saturated. Gonna make sure the saturation's not too much. back down here for our cooler colors. Possibly like that. And then for our brighter red, we go up here, possibly like this, like this. So then we have on here our dark red, medium red, that red. Oh, wrong way. Hold on, that red. There we go. That could be a red. That could be seen as a red. And I drew that. Good, okay. So possibly that for our red. And then now that we're in red, we can go to brown, and then from brown we can go to orange. Okay. Now, I can say, I think this could be a good brown color. At least something in line with here could be a good brown color. I might just do this for our brown, and then make it a little darker here, bring it more towards red, and then that, possibly, oh, here we are. Possibly that could be the brown. So instead, we have this as the darker part of brown, and then, oof, never mind. Possibly not, well, maybe, When I'm looking at this, I'm thinking brown can just be this color, and this color. That feels like a pretty good brown to me. And then the red doesn't feel very red, does it? And that's where it just comes down. Are we making Pixelart or Minecraft blocks? I like doing it I like doing the blocks to help with me figuring out the shading. This feels like a nice visual representation of whenever I'm trying to look at palettes. That's why I'm doing this. Okay. So if we go back into here really quickly for our color mode, these guys kind of contrast. I'm not feeling that red too much, if I'm being honest. I do like that brown, but the brown needs to be lighter. So possibly like this, and then this guy here, maybe a little bit lighter. Like that, I think might work just a smidge better. We check here, light, medium, dark, yeah. Maybe move this guy up just a smidge. Possibly like this. This might be a little bit too red. Bring it back over to brown or orange. Okay. Possibly instead, might look like this. And we might have this for our medium, and then our light tone, which is this guy here. Like that for brown. I think that gets across brown. And then for our red, let's see, maybe a little bit of a darker red. Yeah, let's dark it, and then make it go over here a smidge. Now this is more of a darker red, right? A little bit better, I think. Just a little bit of a change in the dark. And then for that bright red, go up, go towards here. Possibly there, but you can see those guys are kind of similar. So maybe we can just do this guy here and this guy here, and that can give us a feeling of red. And this guy here and that guy there, they're just about the same color. Truthfully, you can just do this, and they look the highlight of a red, right? A reddish highlight. Might even do this, depends, again, just on feel you're going for. Maybe this would be more of a reddish highlight instead. Yeah, that might be a little bit better. So I'll go ahead and just swap this guy here. Ooh. Swap this guy here for this guy, and then this guy. Now, we kind of have that pink, but it's too warm. I'm trying to go for cooler colors, and for me, this feels a little bit too warm. Possibly we can go towards the other side, the cool side, right? So let's go this way a little bit, so it's cooler. Still too warm, so cooler down a little bit here. Possibly like that instead. And that feels warm, it feels bright in that sense. So this guy here doesn't feel as bright. I put this here. This guy here, yeah, that feels a little bit too warm, but I don't think it's too bad. I'm not too opposed to it, truth be told. Yeah, okay. Do that for now. Now for orange, now that we're in brown, we can go ahead and do our orange. Go ahead and copy this guy, put this guy down here, go into line, and yep, brown, great. Orange, let's go ahead. Orange. So, possibly we can do it from here, this guy here. And maybe this is our orange tone here. And then maybe we can brighten it up for our orange bit here. So possibly that. And then we have the darker tone for orange. Let's have this for our regular orange. This is our lighter orange. And then our darker orange. So we go back to our regular orange. We go down a little bit into the cooler tones, right? And then maybe this for our darker orange. So possibly like that. Does that feel orange to you? I can see this as being red. I'm not sure about that being orange, but I could get a feeling of it being possibly. Let's keep it like that and see where we get. I'm just trying out things. That's what the fun of this is. It's just, I don't know how it's gonna work out, so let's see. So I wanna make sure I grab this color here, yep. And this color is there, and this color is there, yep. And that's also another fun challenge, is saying, how many colors can you use? The less colors, the better, but the less colors, the thing of, you convey the same thing with little less colors, because I'm a person who likes a lot of colors. So recently I've been trying to rein back in my colors to hopefully help me get better at colors by using less colors. The less colors I can use, the better I'll be able to explain. Yeah, it's like explaining things, right? The less words you can use to explain something, the better you are explaining it. The less colors I can use, the better I can portray my image, the better I can explain my image. Now we have yellow. Now that is not a yellow. Let's see, yellow, possibly like this. And then we can go down here. Here maybe? Or maybe here. Ooh, that's too saturated. We're still trying to go for that muted feel. Maybe, oh, hold on. This is line. Oh, we're in the wrong layer. Undo, delete, palette 2. Replace, okay. This also kind of looks like a woody feel for the top of the wood. Maybe we can do like this, this guy here, and then that's also our dark yellow, possibly. And then this is our light yellow, our dark yellow, and then we need a lighter yellow. Something like this, that. Yeah. So then, if we go ahead and copy this guy here, that could possibly be our yellow. So we're going to copy this guy, paste this guy here. Oh, paste. Never mind. Grab you. Yoink you. I just want to yoink. Thank you. There you go. Okay. We have our regular yellow, we have our dark yellow, and we have our light yellow. Something like that for our yellows. I'm trying to, again, if I can keep the colors around the same amount, that's good. The less colors I can, but I'm not sure about this orange. Oops. I'm not too sure about that orange. That orange doesn't feel quite orangey enough to me. I feel like it could be changed just a smidge. Feels too red. This guy is the one I want to use. Yeah, okay, hold on. It needs to be that guy for yellow. Possibly like this, that. There we go. Look at that. Doesn't that feel more orange instead now? And what you learn is that cartoons are more black and white and reality is gray. Cartoons are more saturation, if anything. And especially like if you look at SpongeBob, high saturation. And just like childhood and adulthood, yeah. The world just gets less and less bright as you grow up. Which is truly unfortunate. So is this a color I use? I don't believe I use this color anymore. I can get rid of it. I don't think I use this color anymore. Nice, so I can get rid of that one. Right, yeah. This guy here, I use this color, yep. I use this color here. I use this color here. That color here. Yep. Yep. And you. I'm gonna make sure, again, trying to use as little as I can. I'm thinking though, usually with yellow, you want a darker feel, like that. Usually that's the feel you want to go for if something is yellowy. I'll go ahead and grab that guy. Okay. So something like this might be orange. You might say this might be on the yellower side. Let's see. Oh, hold on. Yeah, that's yellow. So instead, possibly maybe make this a little bit darker. Let's see. Go down here. The orange a little bit. Yeah, that might be a little bit better. Kind of similar, but kind of not.
Angie Fish is now following.
Fish. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Oh boy. Let's see. I kind of like this though. I like the feel of it looking a little shiny. And hello. What a lovely name. It's fun to say. Angie. Welcome. Let's see. Okay. So yellow, and then... Oh, did I say thank you for the follow? I think I did. If not, thank you. And if so, thank you again. And you happy like my name? Angie is a fun word. That's always the fun ones. Angie fish, mayo potato. We almost have a full dinner. Does it mean with time we just see things differently? I would say yeah. If any of you have watched Inside Out 2, there's a line in it that Joy, the physical embodiment of emotion, or of joy says, of the joy emotion, when you start as a child, she's the main character. She's the head honcho, the person who's in charge. But as you grow up, as the person grows up, she has to let other people take charge of the emotions as you feel joy less and less. And I was like, man, my feels. And I was so surprised. And like I always say, if you can't explain your ideas in 12 words, it sucks. Not always. Sometimes you just don't have the words to say what you want to say. And let me double check about this guy here. D. I just want to make sure all the colors are being used on the blocks. I believe so. I'm just checking by doing the wand tool and then hitting Control D. That's all I'm doing. And yeah, I believe so. Lovely, okay. Now, oh, we can also cross off purple. We do have purple. Lovely, lovely, okay. Let's go ahead and just do, oh, that line guy's gotta get crossed off. This, and left to lines. And then we have also purple. So now we need black, white, and gray. Okay. First, I just want to double check on our color mode. This should be light, this should be medium, this should be dark. Light, medium, dark. Light, medium, dark. This one doesn't have much contrast, it's not too bad. Light, medium, dark, so overall, but this guy here, the pink could use a little work. Possibly, maybe up the saturation a little bit. Like this, oops, like this, possibly. It could help it stand out a little bit more. And then if we go to Sprite here, color mode, right, you can see how it pops out a little bit more. And then possibly for this guy, maybe we can make it a little lighter, like this. Put over here a little bit, like that. That might be a little better. And I don't know why it's not continuousing my continuous. This needs to be this color. And I'm thinking this color can be this color here. And then if we go back into our sprite in our color mode, you can see it contrasts a lot better, right? It's not blending in. That's what I'm looking for. And, oh, I did read that. Good, good, okay. Next up are blacks, our grays, and our whites. Now, since this is going to be more of a muted thing, I might just do blue again for our feels. So if we go here and do really cool blue, this could be a gray. It would be a-okay as a gray. And then we can go ahead and do a darker blue for our darker grays. Something like this might work out a little bit better. And then for our light grays, right do here, it could go up a little bit, just a smidge, like that. And then this could also take care of our white, or we can make this just a little bit brighter. Move it over here a little bit. So this is a dark light gray, right? That's white. And inside out, the inner turmoil of a child personified to understand deeper emotions. 11 words. You did it! And does that, I did do that, good, good. Yeah, that's just about it for understanding inside out. Yep. And I feel like I always go to red, or not red, blue or purple. I feel like I always go to purple. I'm gonna mute it, and then I'm gonna move it over to blue, like this guy here. Possibly like this, maybe even up it a little bit more so it's not as harsh. And then we need a lighter dark, like this guy here. And we'll keep it in the blues instead of the purple. So I'll bring this up here. And then we'll go a little bit lighter. This possibly. Okay, now let's go ahead and we need the black, the gray, and the light, right? So we copy this guy here, move you down here. Actually, you know what? You get moved here instead. Yeah, you get moved, here. And then copy, paste, inside out, woman's. It is fun to just, I like personifying things. I think it's really fun. It's always super neat to see, okay, if this were a person, what would they look like, what would they act like? A line personified, how would that fare? It's always fun, or at least for me. I like thinking of the concept. We have on here our white, and this is our palette too. Yep, so let's start here. For our white, this is our light white, this is our medium white, this is our dark white. For our gray, this is our normal gray, this is our light gray, this is our dark gray. For our blacks, this is our normal black, this is our dark black, and this is our light black. And I think overall, oh, hold on. Go back to here, sprite, full color mode, yep, grayscale. These contrast pretty well. I think we're good. And the face. Let me get some lemonade. So tasty. Okay, let us go ahead and try to do the color palette. Let's see how this one turns out. If it's any better, we'll go ahead and I will go into. Oh, let's just drag this guy. Wouldn't be needed to do all that. Let's just drag him. I'll move this guy back down here, and that way you can see that in there. And that way I can see this guy here. Just about, yeah, there we go. Gonna hide you just to make things a little bit easier to see. And I'll go back to our muted plus cool colors. That was the hope of doing these. Less saturation and muted. Let's see. All right, let's go ahead and, oh, hold on. This guy has to do this again. Okay, so first up is that black color, right? That'll be this guy and uncontinuous, so that everything is that color. Next up, we have this really dark brown. This would be our dark brown here. This would be our light brown, so we do this guy here. And then next up, we have some of these blues, right? This would be your normal blue, so this blue here. We also have the dark blue, so that would be that guy there. We have this pink. We have the regular pink, and then we have the light pink here. And I keep saying this, but I think possibly pinks are where I'm struggling a lot. What do you think? Do you like that, or do you like this and this? Possibly this could work out a little bit better. This is a lighter one of the two. It really feels so muted. It feels weird. I think this might work out a little bit better. There's more contrast. This is white, so we can go ahead and grab the white there. And that's a lot of colors compared to the last palette. Is it? It might just be because it's bigger. I can't tell. We'll see. Possibly. Possibly. Let's see. This is the white. This is the black. And then we have our light green, right? Or very hyper light green. We have our normal green. We have our dark green here. We also have our orange. That was the regular color orange, I believe. So this guy here. And then we have our dark orange. That was, I believe this is our orange. So our dark orange would be this guy here. And then we have, oh, actually, hold on. We might have to move this guy here. The brown should not be that brown. It should be orange, a dark orange. So hold on. Let me do this, and then we can go back and change it. As this is supposed to be orange, and the other one's supposed to be brown. This is supposed to be an orange map. This guy here, that guy there. And then that's supposed to be, yeah, okay. I think I did, it worked. This is dark orange, so that's this guy here. And then we have, is it orange? I can never tell anymore. That's dark orange, and then dark brown, and then regular brown. Yeah, okay. Let me quickly, hold on, this is warm. Grab this guy down here, and make sure that this is our normal orange. So this would be this guy here, our dark orange. That is this guy. Nope, it's not. I knew it. Something was off. Let me go ahead and do this here. This, oh, hold on, like this. There we go. And then this here, and then that here. There we go. That's what it should look like. A little, they're super similar though, aren't they? Kind of, sorta. That you could probably, if you really wanted to, merge them together. But let's go back down here. And it's such a difference, I can say that. And let's see, okay. So where were we? Next up, we have this yellow here. We can go ahead and grab this yellow. Regular colored yellow. We have the yellow outline, so that would be this guy here. Oh, hold on. That yellow outline again, I'm not too sure about that yellow outline, maybe. Looks like he's, I mean, that's pretty cute. I'm you know, just saying, it looks like a little fluffy duck. And Pokemon, monsters with the power that fight and go into bowls in your pocket. 12 words. Yeah, if you can, less words, the better. That's what I really think. Here, oh, hold on. Oh, hold on, like that. Possibly. Different things, and that's a lot of, oh, I just read that. Duck. Yeah, I don't know, for some reason, I like the way this duck is just, it looks like fluff if you do both of them. Fluff. Might keep it, I don't know, I like it, I think it's cute. Let's see. I'm gonna go ahead and do this guy here. This is our regular orange like this. And then our darker orange is this guy here. Yep. And duck. Quack, quack, honk, honk. This is our yellow. Maybe what we can do then is make this light yellow and then make the dark yellow the lines that we had on the bottom. Something like that. There we are. There's the rest of the duck. That way it doesn't look too out of place. Now the flooring here is supposed to be like a tan color. I'm not sure in this environment if that's possible. Okay, that's a pretty tannish color there. Kinda sorta works. Kinda sorta. And then we have that light gray here. Possibly lighter. Ducktails. Ooh, ooh. Let's see. Maybe that light gray there? Nah, okay. Maybe this green here, not green. Orange, yeah, okay. We have this color here, and we need a little bit of a darker color to this guy here. That's this guy, and that's that guy. A little darker color would be this guy, which is that one. And then we have, I think they just pop out too much. I think that's my issue. That also pops out a lot though. So I think it's fine for now. We also have the black outlines of those guys, which are good. We have the white of this, so we can go ahead and grab that. They have the pink cheek, which is fine. Now for our reds, we have the dark red. That would be this guy here. Go ahead and just click on the dark red. We have our regular red. That is this guy here. Click on that guy. We also have our highlight red. That's what these little guys are. Let's hold on. That guy. You can see it's the thing of, do we really need the highlight red? I don't think so. That could be in there, but I think the yellow works a little better. I quite like it. And learning color palettes to understand mood and settings aesthetics, 9 words. Easy. Oh boy. What we need is a thing around this guy. We need the dark color for this guy here. Kind of sort of like that. I think this might be a little better. Yeah. Something like this. So let's see. Oh, hold on. This guy here, this guy here, this guy here. Here, here. Oh, hold on. Here we are. That there. I'm not too happy with this flower, but it's not supposed to be perfect. It's just supposed to set a mood to the piece. And stonks, one word. Stonk. Stonk. Get stonk. And does this change the background? Is this the same color as this color? It is. Ooh. Hold on. You need to be a yellow cream color. Here you are. And then you have it's that color for the cream color, and then the darker cream color is that color. Hold on. Oh, there we go. There you go. That's what you're supposed to be. But I kind of do like that pop of orange below it. Not too bad, but that was the original vision. But rules are made broken. Where were we? Muted and cool. All right. We have this cream, and I can go all day. I don't doubt it one bit, so you're pretty good at it. We have that orange that I liked for the shading. Might try to do it again. Now the purple. We didn't get to the purple. We have normal purple and then light purple. To be honest, light purple, dark purple. Interesting. Normal purple here, dark purple here. Definitely ways you can go about it. You can do the light purple here, maybe dark purple here. Oh, that's not even purple. Hold on. We do... Oh, and it made me do the mask guy again. There we are. We can do possibly this guy here, and then this guy here? I don't know. What's the original one supposed to be? Kind of a... Yeah, this looks like a cool night. That's the scary part. This part, I think this is fine. And I love light. Yeah, light is pretty. And I think the light and the dark look the best. This one here, do you mean? Or would you mind elaborating a little bit? Hi, Bandit. Welcome back into stream. Normal purple? Normal purple would hit in the face, that's for sure. Normal purple's like this. I mean, it wouldn't feel too bad. It's not too saturated. But that saturation is where it is important to have that low saturation. And hey, for the purples. hey, welcome. Welcome to Purple City. Okay, I think that does it for this guy though. Let me go ahead and save this guy here. And hey, chat, how's everything? Hi, LF Seahorses. Welcome back to stream. The purple is spreading. The infection. Let me go ahead and do this. Lemonade, I tell you, best thing since sliced bread. Now, I don't like this road. Possibly, hold on. Need it plus cool. Nah, that doesn't work. What a shame. What a shame. All right, don't play your games. Does this have that line? Okay. Alrighty. So, what do you think? We have the original palette. I did my best to not do any hue shifting for this guy. This is the original, and this only uses the highest saturation, no hue shifting. This just is light purple, dark purple. You can see. Then what we did was this guy here, so we did it warm color palette, Crayola vomit. Warm color palette, warm colors, and that's this guy here. And then we just did less saturation, more muted tones. Still bright though. Let's try to do a really dark color for our last one. I think we'd have time for it. Since these are both bright, let's do really dark and see how that feels. But first thing first, I want to see about amount of colors. Let me go ahead and copy this guy here and do file, new, new for hue, yep. And then here, and I love light is. What about normal people, huh? What do you mean, Toak? I'm confused on what you mean in that one. And sunset? Sunset would be like warmish orangey.
Jason Rock subscribed on YouTube.
Rock. Thank you for the subscription on YouTube. And welcome to stream. Welcome. Let's see. Let me go ahead and grab this guy here. Now, why isn't the muted? Oh, I see. Okay, palette 2. Got ya. That's why it wasn't letting me copy it. We'll go ahead and paste this guy and, oh, never mind. Now can you paste? Copy. Paste. There you go, you did it. Okay, we'll go ahead and do here, color mode, and do, not color mode. We need to go here. Yeah, there we are. Make new palette from Sprite. Now for this guy here, I have about 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 27. 27 colors. So this guy's also 27 colors. So 27, 27, they're the same amount of colors, which is surprising. Okay, I thought it is. Let me go ahead and write 27. Here we go. And normal purple, not normal people. Oh, I see. Got ya. Oh boy, okay, all right. I see. And what about normal purple? I was confused, but thanks for the clarification. Let me go ahead and make this wide again, where we're at, like here-ish. Go ahead and put this guy up here. Now let's try a dark color palette. Let's get grim and grimy and gloomy, why don't we? Let me do that guy, slide about there, yep. Go ahead and delete all this guy for the lines. Oh, if it'll let me. Delete. It does not want to let me. Is it? No, that should be good. I should just be able to erase, yeah, there we go. It wasn't letting me select for some odd reason. But let's go ahead and grab this last space here. And we're gonna make the colors dark. I want a really dark palette. So, oh, I did 2 bases, never mind. We'll go ahead and delete you. Delete. Yeah, okay. And then move you down here, like this. Okay. And then let's go ahead and say dark. That's the feeling I want to go for this guy. I'm gonna move him down here, slide him over here, just about there, where the other guys are. And, okay. So, we'll do what we did before, where we started with green. Now, we need a really dark green. We need a grim green, a spooky green. So to do that, I'm gonna, well, okay. Do we want a warm dark green or a cool dark green? This is a warm green, right? This would be the warm green, this would be the dark or the cool green. Warm and cool. Warm because it's leaning more towards the yellows, cool because it's leaning more towards that purple. If we're doing dark, we could do medium saturation possibly. Maybe high saturated. Oh, I mean, we could do like this possibly. Like maybe this, possibly. Maybe that is our normal green, or maybe this is the dark green. Yeah, like that, possibly. And then we have a light green. Go back here, and let's make it lighter here, possibly lighter here. Oh no. I'm trying to remember, have to keep it lighter or darker. That's the feeling we're going for. So I'm thinking this. This is our medium green, our dark green, and our light green. We go back to here, color mode, gray index. Yep, they have good contrast. So that's good to go. Lovely. Okay. And let me also do palette 3. So P-A-L-E-T-T-E 3. Lovely. Go ahead and paste that. Okay. Green is done, and I'm back. It's a good day. River 1. Welcome back, Rodrigo. And what about huh? Per people. What do you mean, Toak? And I also need to grab our squares again. I keep forgetting to grab them. Copy you. Okay. And do you up here. Do. 3. So 1, 2, 3. So move the 3 down there. There we are. Okay. Go ahead and paste you. Never mind. That did not copy it. It's palette 2, right? Oh, yeah. Palette 2. That should work. And then, okay, there we are. Now we have more of the circles or the squares, the cubes. Let me slide you over just a bit. Yeah, slide you over even more. Lovely. Let me go ahead and move you here. Move you here. Okay. So this is our dark green. Oh, let me undo let me do continuous. So this is dark green, normal green, light green. Okay. Now we need. Well, from green, we can go to, where do I usually go from green? We can try to go to blue, right? Now blue. Now we need a dark blue. Since we're going for darker tones, we can go for this blue in this area. So maybe this is our dark or normal blue, right? Maybe a little bit more saturation in the blue, that way we don't lose out on that blue color. Maybe that's the blue, and then maybe we take a light blue. So back here, it's still dark though. We want the tones to stay dark. Possibly here. This should be cool and dark. Possibly something like that. We check the values. It should be that, and that. Maybe, possibly. Let's go into our color mode, RGB. They're not too bad. They're all dark colors though, which is surprising. They're dark, but high in saturation. Highly saturated dark colors. This is interesting. If they were low saturation, they would be over here. High saturation, over here. So there's a small bit of a difference. It also seems like this guy is a little cut off, which is weird. Oh, hold on. Like this. There you go. Now you can see the whole wheel. Alrighty. So from our blue, we can then transition into our purple. Head back here. So I actually think this might be able to be our dark purple too, possibly. For now, we're just going to purple. Yeah, don't they look around the same tone? Some people might even do this for our dark green. You could do like that for a dark green. Just depends how you want to do things. But no, I just try to do 3 colors of each and then try to see about possibly merging some of the colors. Because sometimes you don't need all the colors. Sometimes less is more. See, that's blue. That is, yep, okay. And our purple might be like this. Maybe lighten it up just a smidge so it's not too similar. That, oh, like this. And then we have our still dark purple, but still brighter. Again, this is moving towards warm, right? We don't want a warm purple. We want a cool purple. Possibly what we can do is start off with that darker purple, and now we can lighten it up this way to make it sure it goes cooler as it's going towards the lighter areas. This, possibly. And that way when we do dark, medium, light, possibly something like that. Now, it's not best brightness, so I'm trying to modify it a little bit. This is still purple, but you could also see it as being like a blue, right? Possibly a blue, possibly like a light blue. Like maybe there? There's differences that can be made, but I think for now, this is fine. Light purple, light purple. I think that's a-okay. We have our purple. Let's go ahead and cross these guys out. We have our purple, our blue, our green. Next up from purple is usually pink. Let's go ahead and grab this guy here. Go to our pink, and that's pretty good red. It's pretty cool. Let's do a little bit of a dark guy here, and this needs to be on this guy here. Yeah, and this is pink. So maybe a lighter color here, and we want to make sure it's cool. We stay in the cool tones. Maybe here for our dark, and then pink. Okay, lighter here, just a smidge like that. Again, keeping it dark, moving it towards cooler, possibly like that for the pink. Let's take a look. Okay. That and that for pink. That looks more purple than anything, truth be told. Possibly we can make it a little bit more on the pink side. Yeah. More towards red. I'm just gonna move these guys all towards red. It does make them warmer, but that's okay. It doesn't need to, it just needs to have that cool feel. More towards red. You will need red, and red's going to naturally be warmer, right? Light, medium, dark. I don't know about that contrast. I don't think that contrast is quite there. I'm gonna bump it up a smidge. For example, I might make this just a smidge brighter. Like that. Yeah, and then this guy, a little bit brighter, just a smidge, but that's too bright. We want really dark colors. Trying to keep to that dark feel. Something like that could possibly work. This is green, blue, purple, pink. Yeah, I think this works. And then from there, we're gonna need a red. And I think this is already a really good red, truth be told. Like, red, and let me put this guy here just for a quick second. Maybe that's our red. And then we have a darker red, this guy here. That also looks like a brown. Maybe more so like this for our red. Yeah, those are dark red, and then we need a light red. Maybe we can grab this guy here, go up a little bit, and do red. Brighter, red. Keep it dark, move it up. It's definitely brown. We're gonna have to up that saturation to keep it looking red. Possibly like that, so it's a little too high. I'll bring it back down. And possibly what red can look like, and I'll just do this for now. This is our normal tone red. This is our shaded red, glittered red. Oh, hold on. This goes there, this goes here. Yeah, but again, low contrast. I like a little bit of contrast here and there. Red's that color that doesn't get a lot of contrast, unfortunately. Maybe we can do this guy here. A little bit more oomph on that contrast there. And then this guy's supposed to be this guy. And then maybe that guy is dark pink, possibly. Always do more of this guy here, cooler again. And then it's this guy. Yeah, I think that works out a smidge better. Yes. And then let me go ahead and lasso you. Like so. Here we are. Okay. Now that we have our red done, let's go ahead and do our yellow, or orange. Next up from red is usually orange and then yellow. We'll go ahead and copy you. Oh, hold on. Copy you, paste you. Never mind. That's not what you do. You copy you and paste you. There we are. Our orange and our yellow. And paste. Nope. Copy, paste. And looking cool. Thank you. These are cool colors. Funny you mention it, Lusk. Let's see. Yellow, yellow, yellow. Okay. Oh no, orange. Orange is next. I feel like this could be a dark orange. Let me go ahead and just do this guy here. We'll just do these guys. Make things a little bit simpler on us. I'm thinking though this could be a dark orange. This is our dark orange. We need a medium orange, we need a light orange. Possibly like this for our medium orange. Oh, like this. Possibly for medium orange. And then our light orange needs to be still pretty saturated and muted like this. Possibly that for our light orange. Hold on. That's a little too bright. This guy needs to be a little darker, possibly like that. Looks too brown if I've ever seen a brown. Over here. Now that's brown, never mind. Closer to the red side of things. Ew. Orangey. Orangey glad I didn't say banana. So if this is the dark orange, and this is the lighter orange, go here. Go here. Possibly like that for our normal orange tone. Eh. Gotta be orange, and that's not orange. Possibly here. Oh, hold on. That's a little better. And then bright orange. Or it's bright. Something like that. The issue is the brightness of the color. Something like this can work. One of the brighter the colors of the palette. I think that works. And then from yellow, this bright orange can be the dark yellow. And then we can have a brighter yellow. Possibly like this for our brighter side of the yellow. Something like this. And then we have even brighter yellow. Something possibly like this. That guy there for our yellow. And got any surprises on your perception while studying color? Can you elaborate what you mean, Dulce? I don't get that question. I can try to answer it once you try to elaborate a little bit more. I think I get what you mean, but not quite. I'm not quite sure I understand. Now this orange kind of looks like a brown. It does, doesn't it? Just a smidge. Let me go ahead and do this here, but we can also add that brown now. Yeah, that brown could, oh, hold on. Palette 3. Why is this covering that? This is that. Interesting, but it'll just go ahead and move you down. Search down. And by the way, if you are in the wrong layer, you can hold control and click the object. Can you? Control? I'm trying. It's not doing the thing. Maybe it's a different program or something, but I did try. Let me go ahead and move you down. Yeah, I did. Maybe I didn't do it correctly. I'm holding control down. Well, hold on. I'll try again. Hold there we go. Okay. Control click. Brush. Control click. Control click. Control click. Oh yeah. Oh, that's neat. That's really neat. Thanks for that 1-0. That's handy. Super, super handy. Before, I'll just do this color really quickly and you'll just control click. I have power now. For orange, or not orange, we have, yeah, thanks for the tip. Okay. For brown, I'm thinking this is the brown color. Well, that's orange too. Okay. Highlight brown, dark brown, and then we need a normal brown. So possibly like that. Looks like orange. Possibly this. We need a color that's a little darker than this, or a little lighter than that, really. Something like that. That could be a brown. That might be a little bit of too dark coloring. This and that could also be the same color. If you really think about it. That's red, that's orange, yeah. Okay. And then this guy here. Yeah. Okay. That's that guy, and then we need the dark brown, possibly that guy. Like that. This is possibly orange, more orangey. And that orange is another context, might look brown or even yellow. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Is it worth it to do two different ones? They look similar. They use different colors in different contexts. So I'm thinking possibly we can merge that brown and yellow together because it feels like it could be just these guys here. I'm thinking. If I go ahead and do the W there, that's that color. Hold on. There, okay, there. We use that color, we use that color, that color, we use that color, use that color. Okay. These are all colors we use. But I think this can be brown or orange depending on the context. So yeah, we might do it that way. So brown, we have pink, we have, you think you could have a darker one for brown? The issue is this red could also be a brown in different contexts. It's like a mahogany, right? Yeah, they're all dim. I'm trying to go for darker tones. They kind of all blend together a little bit. I tried to make sure let's see, color mode. I try to make sure they're not too blended in for certain places. Yeah, this feels like it could be red or brown, This one feels like it could be brown or orange, depending on the feel of things. Now, as for black, we'll grab this red. I think this red is fine. Go really dark. And that could be our black. Oops. We're gonna need a black one, a gray one, and a white one. So black, oops. I keep doing the wrong layer. This is this guy here. Right, it'll let me control click. Tried to do the cool thing, it didn't want me to look cool. Let's make sure this is the right layer. Yep, okay. Let's go ahead and copy, paste. This is going to be the white, going to be the gray. And I think, if anything, you might not even add a high white. Let's see. This is the black. And then this is the lighter. And I want cool colors, but this is fine to do something like this. Yeah, okay. Possibly for the dark colors, we just do that color for dark. Do that color for dark again. It's the thing of, I'm not really seeing too much of a difference. So maybe this is our dark color. Then we have our gray. We have this guy here. That maybe for the gray. Guy here. And then for the white, this up here, like that. And that's all the colors. Possibly. I think this can work. Let me move it down here a little bit. The white could possibly be a little bit brighter, just a smidge brighter, but I think the context of these guys will be possible to work out. Let's see. Go ahead and copy you. And actually, not even copy. Let me move you guys down here. Let's give it a try. I'm curious to see. I don't usually use this color palette, so I mean, it's a new color palette, but I mean, these type of colors. I'm not used to them. So let's see how well it works out. Let's go down here. Okay. And about there, about there. There we are. Gonna go ahead and remove this guy here. And since we don't need this guy anymore, gonna go ahead and delete him like that. And delete, remove. And it looks nice. Thank you, thank you. I'm glad you think so. Let's see if when it's final, the final product is nice. But I'm glad you're liking it already. This has been fun. I've been enjoying this. Let me move this guy about here. Oh, it's too big. It's way too big. Zoom out a little bit. Okay, this should be easier to see. And let me go ahead and do. This is dark. Let me go ahead and do this guy here. Oh, there we go. Alrighty. So, oh, wrong thing. Yeah, then let's try it. Okay, let's go ahead and start with our normal green. That would be this guy here. Oh, also need to do continuous. Normal green, light green, or never mind. Light green, normal green, dark green. Dark brown would probably be this guy here. Oof, that does not seem brown. Possibly this guy for brown? Possibly. And then this guy for dark brown? Okay. Light brown, possibly like this. Oh, that's just the same color. Yeah, it's that thing of, it could go a lot of different ways. That's why I'm not too worried about it, is that the red and the browns kind of feel like they merge together. I think this feels like it would go together. And this is looking really good. Thank you, thank you. I love seahorses. I'm glad you like it. Possibly we'll make this guy then, dark brown. And then since that's the dark brown, we have our light brown. So like this guy here, that could work. Or we could also just do this guy for the light brown. I think that works out okay. And then we have our orange. And this guy is supposed to be, I think this guy is the orange or orangey feel. I'm gonna go ahead and, since this needs to be non-continuous, I'm gonna go and just do this guy here. That way it makes it out alive. Our orange, and then our darker orange. So if this is our orange, this is the darker orange. It's either that one or that one. I usually like doing the two darker colors. And since this guy seems to be, the outline is a little funky, I'm gonna do it this way instead. And Doc Brown, great Scott, we must go back to the future. I do remember that movie. Not too much, but I remember it was a thing. Go ahead and do this guy here, like that, and like that. Okay, and zoom out a little bit. So this gold is usually orange. I'm not sure how that's gonna work out. If that's the orange that we're using now, we might make the gold yellow, just so it has a chance to stand out. So possibly something like, ads. Oh wow, I didn't even realize the time. Okay, I think I can snooze it for now. See how close we can get. I'm gonna go ahead and do... This gold is a little tricky, I can't say that much. we're gonna do the outline for this guy here. That might be easiest. Oh, hold on. That guy there, and the Mercy Wings. Oh, that was a good game while it lasted. See, this here, that here, there. Oh, hold on. There, that there, that there, that there, that. And this here, that there. And then we have that light color for a coin, so that might be this color. You feel so cozy today? I'm glad! Hopefully the music did help, you know, add a little bit of coziness to the vibes. I'm glad you're enjoying it. It's always a plus. Go ahead and do this guy here for our gold. Ooh, this. And then the G can be a dark, hopefully this color maybe? Yeah, it's already that color. Oh, how great. Then we have our white. Go ahead and get this guy here. Oh, continuous for our white. And then for our black, we have this color for black. That's this color. For our gray, we have this color. And then, oh, it feels weird to see all of the colors differently, doesn't it? The gray and the black feel just really similar. I can't say that. It's supposed to be not the white, actually the white. Oh, does not feel right, but apparently it's right. And this is supposed to be the dark color. The black, their black outlines are supposed to be this. And then we have the gray. That's this. There you go. And then we have our blue. And I listen here, young lady. If you're gonna make me feel old, I'm gonna take my walker and skedaddle. You kids these days. You don't know how good you have it. Oh no. I fingered the elders. And did you draw that? It looks awesome. And hi, Maze Days. Yes, I did indeed. This was a quick drawing I did for demo purposes. It was a quick, like, 1 hour drawing, because I didn't want to spend too much time on it. Possibly like that. And this is also light pink. It looks so dark. Weird. I think I might have to change the colors. Maybe that's just the thing. It just looks weird because I'm not used to it. It's always a possibility, at the very least. Let's see. And by the way, for further tips, holding control scroll wheel changes. Well, I don't have scroll wheel, but I do, what is it? For me, at least, I have Alt and Control, and that way I can change the size if I hold Alt and Control. Or I can just choose Q or R for my big button, small button. That's how I do those. Go ahead and do this guy here, and just round it out like this. Oh, hold on. Guy here, this guy there, there. Just a smidge of a difference for this outline here. And then that center can be this guy here for the dark, and that dark orange. Even be really this guy. Oh, hold on. This guy here for the dark orange, possibly. That's not. I think this is better because the duck feet I'm looking at here. And then this flooring. Now that flooring's a little tricky. Probably that for the flooring, right? And let's see. Yeah. Okay. And then for our red, we have this guy here. And that outline does not look nice. So hold on. This is our dark red, right? This guy here. And you like the music when it does do. So, and thank you, Maze Days. Thank you. We have our regular red, and the duck is so cute, I'm gonna cry. I'm glad you like the duck. The duck was fun. I always have fun with the ducks. That there, possibly. And then we have this guy here for the highlight. I'm gonna do orange here. So it doesn't feel too. Oh, that's already the orange. I see. All right. And then this base is supposed to be like a tannish color. Also like here, and then the orange, this color here, that, and then our background. Oh boy. It feels like it's nighttime or something, doesn't it? Let's grab that guy there. That's that for that guy. Yep. Now for our purples, dark purple here, and then we have this for our light purple. Like that, possibly? It feels so at nighttime, doesn't it? It's weird. And what is next? Coffee with sugar? That's delicious. What do you mean, Telak? Telling you your taste. And when you finished, if you have time, could you try having a second layer in blood mode screen and paint yellow strokes imitating rays? Hold on, I got God rays. Hold on. I mean, it's done now. Let's see. Let me make this a little smaller, like that. And that guy there. All right. And then new layer. You said do yellow and beware of werewolves when going out in the woods. Like this type of yellow, do you mean? And then let's see. Set it to what mode? Oh, well, it's almost over. We'll do the ads now since the ads are angry. You know what? We'll just wait it out. You were saying to do Let's see. Dismiss that there so I can see it. Pure yellow, yeah. This is yellow, right? This is a good yellow. This works for a yellow. And not sun rays, but fairy particles. You know, Tilak, I think you just like arguing. I think it's your language of communication. And you said, make it screen. The screen here, like this guy here, like that, and then yellow. Something like, oh, like that. This feels too harsh though. Or yeah, layer blended mode screen. Yeah, screen. And see you in 3 minutes. Some glasses, shades. This feels too harsh to be in or something. Trying. Maybe it needs to be less of this. Something like that, possibly? I don't know. Is this what you mean? Might have the blend mode wrong? That's Sun hates. Why do you think they're so angry? Well, let's look through these guys. We have darken, we have multiply, we have color burn, we have lighten, we have screen, we have dodge, we have addition, we have overlay. Ooh, that's pretty nice. Ooh, 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 ooh! Would you look at that? I mean, 100% opacity, 100%. Oh, the power! Like this. There we go. Like that, and then like this. Oh, oh, that's pretty nice. You know, I'm saying, it's oh, oh my. Would you look at that? Well, it is pretty nice. I overlay mode, yeah. Oh boy, that's very pretty. Argumentative? Me? Nah, you're doing the thing, Toak, right there. You got the idea. Yeah. Bright sunlight through very dense forest. Yeah. There's something like this here. Oh, hold on, like this. And like this. And I just discovered a blend mode. Love it. Yeah, it's nice. It's ooh. Yeah. Good. Maybe a few streaks in here, I don't know. I don't use blend mode. You can make grayscales and silhouettes. That is pretty nice though. I do like that. And you just discovered sun rays. Aren't they lovely? And my mother, the worst she can say is no Tim, is ew. Ew. Oh boy, how sad. I just want to say, maybe it's so dark. We'll do this as well, rays. Maybe just, I don't know, just bump up the brightness just a little bit. That's all I'm asking, just a bit of brightness. Like maybe just a bit of, oh, hold on. A file, where are we at? Edit, adjustments, brightness. Just a bit. That's so much better. Oh, it's so dark. It's like a cutscene, right? As it's slowly loading into the game. Oh, my eyes. I wasn't prepared for that. Maybe more so like this, right? I feel like that can be a little bit better than what it was. But it's fine this way too. And what about, now that I think about it, better not. And bright sunlight through, oh, I did read that. And what do you mean, Telak? Better not. With a thought of mind. Well, yeah, I think that'll be it. If you take a look, right? This was the initial, as terrible of a color palette as I can make. I nearly shifted the, I believe it's value, right? The brightness of the color. So we have normal green, and then you have the bright green, and it's just white. Then what we did was the warm tone color palettes. We upped the saturation, changed it to a warm feel, and I got it. Turn on the eraser, go to town. From there, we also did a more of a muted feel, less saturation, lighter colors. And then we also have this guy here, and I'm not too sure how I feel about this one. And yours looks like saturation knob didn't work. This one here. Oh boy, I just went as blue as I could. And this one here, I really do, the rays are pretty. They're very pretty. That'll be it though. Now let's see if anyone tried making their own palette for this art piece. Let me go ahead and check on Discord. And if you would like to get in on the action yourself, what you can do, where are we at? Oh, hold on. If I go to, oh, I'm missing so much, hold on. There we are. And here, okay. Now let's go into planning. You're saturating so much, she's creating new colors. I would play number 3. The third one, do you mean? The least saturated one, the very dark one. So if you happen to do some sort of color study or make your own palette, you can join the Discord, and you can see here, Osmond joined in. Here you go. And what you can do is scroll down here. These are the different studies we have, and we have color study down here. So if you happen to follow along, you can see I linked the color palette here, not the color palette, the color wheel, and also the names here if you wanted to use it, and also the actual image if you wanted to try to recolor it. What's there if you wanted? Anyone join? Now's the time to post it. Let me get some lemonade while I'm waiting. And sadly, I was busy with other stuff. You can do the challenge today. No worries. And shame on you, Lusk. Your color palette is by eye. Yeah, I've been more of a by eye person, but I've been wanting to get better at just color palettes. This color again, my favorite subject. Let me get some lemonade. So tasty, but it doesn't seem to be the case that anyone joined, which is, again, a-okay. We'll end it here. So, if you're on Twitch, consider sticking around, hanging around so we can find someone to raid. That'll be it from me on YouTube. And what challenge? Less of a challenge and more of just the participation. What I did for if we go back here, hold on. Very quickly, here. You can see with all of these palettes, right? I linked this one in Discord. The idea was that you would make your own palette and then recolor it. So I did 3 palettes. I did this palette, and this palette. The idea was that you would look and try to make your own palette, and that was that was what it was, Rodrigo. So we'll go back here, and someday I'll join the art studies, but for now I'm too shy. Again, PD, no worries. Do things at your own pace. I want to say again, I'm a very shy person. Very shy, I tell you. Don't believe the hype, but thanks for coming, thanks for joining. As I said, if you're on Twitch, consider sticking around. I'm going to go to the end screen for YouTube side of things, so I can end it on there, but I'm coming right back to see if we can raid. So if you want to stick around for a raid, do the thing. But thank you for coming, thank you for joining. I hope you have a good evening, afternoon, good night on YouTube, and I'll see you all soon, next week. Next week's gonna be a lot of fun. It'll be my birthday week, just about. So see you soon. What's the button? I always forget the button.